Oh, if you can be over 9 years in the industry, if it is a runner, can I hear you say go? Go! Good. Okay, so specializing in brand strategy, creative campaigns, and audience-driven insights. She excels in leadership, team management, and elevating brands through innovative marketing and communications initiatives that drive growth and engagement. Please put your hands together for Owing Damola as she makes her way through the stage. Okay, I'm not going to be moderating this particular panel session, but I leave you in very good hands. So, someone is going to be moderating this session, and it's no other person than Leah Ogunleye. She happens to be the senior brand manager at Dots Microfinance. She's the creative marketing strategist and brand storyteller with a background in experiential marketing, digital strategy, and content creation. Passionate about turning insights into compelling stories and experiences that build emotional connections and drive measurable results. Please put your hands together for Leah as she makes her way to the stage. Okay, so I'm just going to hand over the mic to them and they can take it away. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Nice to have you here. Without wasting much of our time, we'll just go into the session. For today, the theme of this session is attracting the right audience, leveraging MarTech for smarter customer acquisition. As we all know, customer acquisition today is no longer about how many leads you have or you can generate. It's about how many right customers you can attract. And the ones who stay, the ones who pay, and the ones who also advocate. And we're going to be looking at that in this session. To my first question, which is, how can brands move from chasing large volumes of leads to intentionally attracting high-value customers? I'm going to start with Owing Damola.
All right, thank you very much for that question. So I think the first thing is chasing quality is better than quantity. Don't go around chasing large volume of leads that turn out to be nothing. So, like the leader already said, understanding your customer is the most important thing. Before you get into using tools, a lot of tools, you have to really understand who you're speaking to in the first place. Because if you don't understand that, I was having this conversation with our host earlier that it's like pouring water into a bucket. You're going to be expending and you're going to be expending and you're not going to be seeing results. And what that means is you're going to start having conversations with management as to why you're spending money and it's not converting. So if you don't really understand your customer, you're going to be spending a lot of money. That's the first point before you even get into using tools. Tools are great, and tools, I don't understand anybody that is not using tools in this day and age or is saying that they will not use AI because it's an important part of the journey. But if you don't understand your customer, all the tools will save you. You're going to be spending money and you're going to be wasting money. You spend money on ads, you spend money on tools, you spend money on other marketing activities. So the first point is really understanding, having a good idea what your ISP is, your ideal customer profile is.
But we missed out on one speaker. The person of Stanley Awelewa. Please put your hands together for Stanley as he makes his way to the stage. Please don't be stingy with your applause. I've told you, very generous. Thank you, Stanley, for joining us. you, Damola, for that insightful answer. So what I'm able to pick is that it's not about leads, but just knowing your customer, understanding them, and also you being able to filter. Thank you so much. And moving on to our next question, here to that. Many brands acquire customers across social media, websites, and referrals, and paid ads, but the struggle to create a seamless journey. So, what does an effective, well-connected acquisition system look like? So, we are on social media websites, but they still struggle. So, what does an effective, well-connected acquisition system look like to you?
Thank you for that question. Once again, good morning, everyone. Privileged to be here. Yes, a well-connected acquisition system for me starts with the North Star. I think like Priscilla was sharing minutes ago, knowing what the goal is the first point. Then we can work our way back. And so I'm going to give an example for their work. For us, the North Star for us is users, right? The number of users that use the product, that's in terms of employees, right? And before we started doing acquisition, the way we do it currently, we just, everybody was doing different things. Social media will do their thing, SEO will do their thing, email marketing will do their thing, they will do billboards, everything was just fragmented. But aligning on what that North Star is now determine what we should now begin to track. Knowing what to track now determines what systems you need to put in place to ensure that every channel is speaking to each other and you are eating that North Star. So in practical terms, so far I used users as an example. Knowing the number of users we want to target every month in quarter year, that has helped us to now put systems to track. Initially, we were doing a lot of ads, Google, LinkedIn, and Meta, and we use a very simple formula: send traffic to the booking page. The book with the SDR qualifies. Once the SDR is qualified, pass on to sales. Sales do the demo, then the demo closes. It either closes or there's a follow-up before there's a close. So that's just a simple funnel. That's it. But then we were sending all the traffic, whether it's from social, we tell them, depending on the content, or from email, booking them. When we send them to that page, we are able to now see which channel is working for us. We're able to put together, identify what messaging to use at a particular point in the funnel. But the turning point was when we now segmented each and every of these channels to have their own separate landing pages. Then we could now track, for this source, concurrently, for email, this is what is coming in. These are the number of demos. We are no longer now chasing engagement, chasing traffic, chasing all of those. They are good metrics, right? But because we are aligned on the North Star, they now began to help us say, okay, every of this channel we attract using this specific landing page, this specific link. Then we can now narrow down everything to the North Star. So we can see month on month how many demos came in from each of these channels. We can see every quarter which channel outperformed which. We know what to track, we know what to do, we know what to optimize. So that's how we think so.
Just to add to that, I totally agree. Attribution is so important. One thing I just wanted to add was that because your attribution funnel is clear, which is absolutely important again in marketing, you know that you can double down on a particular channel, for instance, rather than spreading it across. You already know that you're testing, maybe you're testing for socials now, you're testing LinkedIn, you're testing Meta, you're testing Google, you're testing TikTok, Snapchat, whatever it is, based on the kind of product that your company has. If you realize, for instance, as in the case of my own, is that LinkedIn gives us more leads, LinkedIn and Meta gives us more leads. We double down on that rather than spreading your $50,000 across all these channels. You can focus on two and optimize for that so that again quality is better than quantity. So don't go and pack all the leads that don't move the needle. And then one other thing I wanted to add was that engagement is also absolutely important because to me, customer acquisition does not just stop at you brought the customer, maybe the person wanted downloaded or signed up. There has to be like an activation metric. Did they take a particular action? And you need to engage them and nurture them up until the very end. And then you have to keep engaging them because retention as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, my name is Stanley Awelo once again. Pleased to meet everyone here. So why this really interests me is that it's core to what we do at MarTech. So basically what we do at MarTech in simple terms is we help app-based companies convert at the lower level. So we are not upper level, we are not middle level, we are lower level. That's it. Take KPIs. So piggyback on what you said about attribution, we don't even work with partners that cannot attribute. How do I mean? So if you are a bank, you want a customer to open accounts, you can use an attribution partner. It could be Asplaya, Kochaba, Branch, and just the case may be. So when you're funneling, so what differentiates a good marketing scheme from the others is that in the process, so I see a lot of fragmentation. I'm speaking generally right now. So you have a team, just like I said about the North Star metrics, they are not connected. So in social media team, we have a marketing structure and their KPI is different from the KPI of the content team. It's different from the KPI of the, so where that connection can be done, that is a perfect CRM or a good attribution, so there's a connectivity. So the marketing, social media wins the customer, yes, how do you now connect to the end goal? How do you connect to the value at the lower level? What is the lifetime value of that customer? So, because the market, social media team, like, we've gotten this customer for you guys and my company, it ends there. The other teams are not connecting, they're not picking up that journey. So, because the funnel should be well structured, and it doesn't even end at the lower funnel level. I don't know whether the question will be asked later on. When you get to the bottom funnel, there is that loop. So, because if you just take the funnel through awareness, consideration, conversion, and the customer drops off, what are you retaining any customer? And you are plugging in at different levels. So I think that connection and that loop has to go around because you have to retain the customer, watch out for the customer lifetime value, get the long-term value for the customer, and get repeat customer over referrals. Let me stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you to all our speakers. I believe they've done justice to that question. Moving on to our next question, which is, what customer data or behavioral signals do marketers often overlook that could significantly improve acquisition quality? So we are looking at the customer data or behavioral quality that marketers often overlook. Starting off.
Thank you very much. So one of the behavioral patterns that they overlook is because you are building, you're trying to acquire so many customers, it takes too many things into consideration. But I want to bring a point. The proper ideal customer is that customer that you will get from an organic channel. So you see why you're trying to study that customer at that level, understanding that I've acquired this customer at this level, I've been able to retain the customer, and what is the journey of the customer, looking at the customer lifetime value. So when you look at the journey across board, even when you're using the paid channel, so you should not concentrate more on the paid channel for the start. I know it's very, very important, but you should now get your ideal customer. So let me give you a very good example. There is a very popular, I don't want to mention their name, I give you a free advert. They got me at a level of free ride in Lagos. I've been able to use them. I use them like 5 times in a day. because they've been able to pivot into something different. I think things I was doing, and I use them every day. I've used them already this morning. And you acquiring me at that level, you now know that this is it. Even a popular food delivery app at the same time. You get me at the level, and now I'm now a recurring customer. So you look at my journey, and now you now have an ideal customer, look-alike audience. So now bringing it back to programmatic, where my strength lies is that at that programmatic level, we have different data sets. Like I said, because you're attributing your conversion at a particular level, because I'm speaking to the lower funnel now, I can mirror a client. Let's say Raymond now, he downloads my app, I want him to take a loan. It picks a loan, and that is only where I'm paid. I cannot look at lookalike audience because we have attribution partners. So we are plugging into the attribution partners to properly attribute that journey. So I can now mirror each of those customers at that level. I don't know if I'm answered the question I'm listening.
Should we want to have
I don't think there's a specific pattern for different industries, different products. It's going to be, so it could be, there's a variety, but what I've seen from my end is for the products we sell the HR tech product. It sells subscription as a service. And when they're going to launch, they launch it as free. It started with the free. The one thing marketers need to know, not everybody likes free. The first thing that we add value first and do free. Not every, especially in B2B. Some businesses, once they just see free, they just scroll away because they're like, this one's they'll sink my business. Right? So all the customers, they are not even customers until they've paid. They are yet to be customers. Everyone that came on board during the free era, none of them stayed as a paying customer. They left. Until we started asking people to pay. That was when we began to see traction. That was even before we started doing paid advertising. So like he said, and knowing that what you're promoting, your marketing works organically, and it's like the first mad signal that you can, if I take this thing unpaid, it's going to work. Knowing that people are interested in buying it organically. So I think don't just start with free if you're doing B2B. Maybe for B2C, but then B2B, it's a red flag.
So I just wanted to add that in terms of behavioral patterns, I think look at the behavior in terms of how people engage with your tech as well if you're a tech kind of business. So look at heat maps, for instance. What are they engaging with? You send them to a landing page. Where are they hovering? What are they clicking on? How are they engaging? What are they downloading? What pages are they looking at? It also helps you to fine-tune your ads and also target the right kind of people as well. The other thing I wanted to add was also understand cultural nuances in terms of behavior. So the way somebody in Nigeria, for instance, would engage would be different from the way somebody in South Africa, for instance, would engage as well. Because for instance, for my own where I work, it's a digital trade infrastructure. The way people engage with it in Nigeria is different from the way people engage with it in South Africa. What they're interested in is different from what Nigeria is interested in, or what Kenya is interested in, or Ivory Coast or that. So understanding that there are different cultural nuances and behaviors by region is also very, very important. Thank you.
When she mentioned the tech parts, it triggered something. The heat map is actually very important. I want to give it a short story. I used to work at Junior, and we Nigerians were a little bit conservative. So we discovered that because I was privy to Power BI and some other tools that we use at Junior. We're discovering some little trend and which marks. So for example, when Udo Bitters launched, the heat map was so huge because a lot of Nigerians were searching for it. And even is special on the sexual parts. There's a huge speech map on that. I don't know for for parental reasons, so I know this is being broadcast live. There's a lot of demand on that because people just want to order that. It lands in their home and is delivered to them without them walking to any store, causing an embarrassment. So when you monitor this kind of heat map, so because I was in junior advertising, we typically place some adverts using those heat map as a trigger. So for alcohol-related brands, we are putting it where some people are searching for Odogo Bitters and some other brands. We put them on those other page just for context, just to add to how you detect really inform some decisions on the back end. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that insight. I'm moving on to our next question. Now we're looking at the AI part of customer acquisition. So here we have automation is powerful, but where does it truly enhance acquisition performance, and where can it damage acquisition?
I think in terms of where it can enhance, I think using the right tools. We've talked a lot about understanding your customer and then learning how to use the right tools. So in terms of enhancing, it helps you. What would have typically taken you a week to do now, you can do in a day or even a few hours with AI tools. So I think using AI tools will help with enhancing customer acquisition and also understanding your customers as well. I've spoken a bit about understanding behavioral patterns and all of that, so I don't want to go into that. But in terms of where it could damage, I think not using tools as well. Being open to using tools would also damage it as well. I think if you're a marketer in this day and age, I don't truly understand why you would not want to use tools, or why, for instance, tools for email that makes email marketing a lot easier, tools that help you engage with your customer. Because like I said initially, getting a customer is just the first phase, but engaging with that customer is also very, very critical, because if they land into your system and then you just leave them, they are going to definitely fall off. So if you're not engaging with them, you don't have tools that engage with them, drips, email drips, WhatsApp drips, and also while I speak about drips and using AI and automation, it's also important to have that human feel to it rather than it seeming robotic, because again, that's where you can also lose your audience. So being careful about how you use the tools, and also refining as well. I know we like to use AI a lot, especially for content, and now I can pretty much sports content that is AI written. You have to know how to refine it so it engages with your audiences. If not, you are going to keep losing them, and then that's going to be a problem. Thank you.
Just to add to what she said, for the AI part of acquisition, I'm going to speak to organic, right? In terms of SEO. So there's this thing that is moving around, programmatic SEO, where you create multiple pages using automated AI tools, AI agents. They can help you create feature pages quickly, use multiple keywords, and all of a sudden you're ranking on value page. But I need to say this, right? Before any business rush in to start your programmatic, you need to be sure that the foundations of your SEO is properly set. So this is why a lot of people don't just search on Google anymore, right? I can bet you that most people now, you don't want to find out any information, you go to is either ChatGPT or Claude or Gemini. Most people have these apps on their devices or on their laptops. That's like a go-to, and before they now go on. So people even use Mix, right? So for SEO, knowing that a lot of people are turning to AI tools to find out the information they need for their buying decisions, it's not wise to go and start with programmatic. You need to be sure that the foundations are set. For AI, when people search on those AI tools go to search the web for you, if you notice. They go search the web, and it's based on what other people are saying about your brand on their own website. So the AI looks to find like what's the most authoritative website your brand information is on, and it goes to pull out that information out. So a lot of businesses should be thinking, how can I get I'm talking about organic acquisitions. How can I get my brand to be spoken about on more authoritative websites? How can I get real estate, my organic real estate, on authoritative website? So that when people search, everybody can do that now. Just go on Google and search using the AI mode. Just go on Google to search your name and see what it pulls out. Or search your company's name using the AI mode on Google, and you're going to see. You're going to see, especially if you use, I'm not very certain how it looks like on mobile, but on my laptop, you can see the number of sites that pull that information from. Right? If you're able to get more real estate on other people's websites, naturally, when they go on Google, beyond the AI apps now, when they go on Google, you notice that even Google brings up the AI result first. When they go on Google, the most authoritative brand is the brand that has more mentions on authoritative websites. So you want to ensure that you have fixed that, and that's already working before you can now go on to scale anything problematic using the AI agent and stuff. So I just thought to add that.
Thank you. So just to add to what I'll speak from the programmatic MarTech part of it, right? So at our programmatic level, what we typically do, our automation ethos, I'll come to the damage later on, is that we are actually targeting the unique customer at a particular level. So the way it works is that the app comes from, we are plugging in certain metrics at the attribution level and say, okay, target Mr. Stanley, this is unique profile, we want him to take this action. And so dynamic rating optimization, maybe you just search for a shoe randomly on any of these platforms and start targeting you. Maybe you're an e-commerce company, start targeting you with that particular Louis Vuitton shoe or thereabouts so that you make that purchase. So with that journey, we can easily know. So, but where the problem comes in is when the customer, I've made a purchase, and all of a sudden I bought, maybe even an house, a real estate firm, I bought the house, and I receive an email next day for the same house, come and buy. So there's where the damage comes in, or even food delivery. I just ordered for moi or something, and on Eat Young this year or something. At the end of the day, you are still giving me serving. That is one of the damage. Then on the second part, damages that will occur. On the second part is when through the journey, you now try to take out the humanity, because no matter how many tools you use, I'm chatting with chatbots. So I'm an aggrieved customer, feeling offended. I want to watch Arsenal versus Chelsea. My DSTV is not coming on. DSTV says I should chat. Then I'm chatting the chatbot. So that point where the chatbot should be able to transfer me to a real-time person and say, oh, give me your, because the chatbot is just going all over and over, and the match is starting in 5 minutes. So that is where, so we should know where to start the process, where we drop off the automation tools we're using, where a real-life man that can really just take the action on immediately. So then just I'll stop it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. From everything you said, I think what I'm able to pick is robotic responses from what you just explained, and cross-segmentation too from what you mentioned, triggered misfires when those are the damages of automation when it's not properly used. So moving on to the next one, I'll come back to you. With AI-driven search and changing algorithm, is SEO and content marketing still a strong acquisition channel? Because this time I age, some people say, oh, SEO is dead. Every year we hear that a lot, SEO is dead. So do you think SEO and content marketing is still a strong acquisition channel? And if yes, how should brands rethink their approach?
Thank you so much for that question. So they've been shouting SEO is dead for the last 2 decades, right? And they'll still shout it to the next decade. Truth is, it's not dead. And I have seen, why do you think OpenAI and these AI companies, why are they hiring head of content marketing? Why are they hiring content marketing people? The owners and the creators of these tools, they are hiring these people. Should tell you something. means that the AI is the thing is not relevant and something in the unique is not clean. Personally, I've seen this SEO and content marketing thing still drive results for us, right? Beyond the paid advertising, we're able to get demos from these channels. And I reckon that depending on how you've done your SEO, if the way SEO is done on your website is just, you are just chasing traffic. So because you are chasing traffic, you want to use the keyword that has the largest role and you want to get a lot of traffic. I think you are doing it wrong. If you want to acquire customers, what is that action that most people to be saying? For us, it's booking demo. Once somebody comes on a demo, we know that the chance of them closing is very high, maybe 60% or so. So everything on that blog, everything that we're doing organically with content is driven around that intent to book a demo. Then the kind of keywords we use, the kind of optimization we do, the kind of conversion hooks that we add on the blog is to drive that action to book a demo. So AI is not taking away SEO and content. It's just for marketers to flip the script, do it properly. Don't chase. You don't need to get a billion or 10,000 traffic a month to get your customer. And I reckon that customers that come from those channels, when they book a demo, they tend to close real quick, and they are very high value customers. So I think that's one part that is most which is paid acquisition, but I think the sweet spot is in that organic. And if you can crack it, I think you'll be doing very well for the business. Thank you.
SEO and content is definitely not dead and it's not going to be. I don't think so. I just think people need to evolve and understand the times where we are in. For instance, your SEO, you should optimize your search. The way people use their AI these days is almost like people would ask, where can I buy wigs in Lagos, for instance? If you're an e-commerce that sells wigs, you should have optimized your SEO so that you come up in that, because it will give you a list of places where you can actually buy this wig. So you need to do your SEO in such a way that you are optimizing for the search that people typically do right now, and that way you're really at the top of everything in your industry. And same thing as content. I already mentioned this, while reiterating again. Generated content is not enough. You need to refine it. A lot of the content I see these days is pretty much the same, and I think it's because people are being lazy and sloppy. So I think there's still work that is good. AI helps you make it good, but you still need to make it better. Thank you.
Just to add to, I think they've said it all, but I'm not an expert on content and SEO. But the one thing I've noticed in the programmatic field is why we can optimize at a lower level basically is when you are an expert, you bring that authority and you create trust with your content. So I won't say SEO is dead. Maybe some keyword metrics may not really be working, but when you are an authority in that field, so for example, let's say you own a blog within your company on maybe how to buy a house in Lashare or like, so you write this kind of blog content. We can go down deep for me standing to come and read your blog about this particular topic. You are an expert on authority. One, noted, Stanley is interested. So if you are doing a campaign for me at programmatic level, I know that if I target Stanley, there's a high chance that it's going bad. And looking at the local audience, so just add some of the signals we put across while we. So I don't think SEO is there.
Thank you so much. And this brings us to our last question before we open the floor for questions. How can marketing teams ensure acquisition efforts are directly tied to revenue, profitability, and long-term growth, not just traffic or impressions?
Thank you very much. That's a question that speaks to where I'm from. So when it comes to, I don't call them vanity metrics because they are actually very important. The awareness, consideration, and the likes. But if you're setting up a campaign, we typically don't set up campaigns as where I work that does not tie to revenue. So you're looking at the customer acquisition cost, you're looking at the customer lifetime value, and you're looking at the revenue generated by customer. So those are some typical metrics that you bring. So if a customer comes in and you are able to retain that customer, there's that loop, that cycle with your repeat customer. Even if your customer acquisition cost is very high, you can retarget, retain the customer, and also make sure. So not looking at some, I'm being careful not to use the word vanity metrics too much, but not looking at those. So for example, you sponsor an event and people just come to your stand, download the app. We are not optimizing for clicks, you are not optimizing for install. They install the app. I've been to several events, they force me to install the app, and they give me a bag and a pen or something. I may get home and this app, there's no value tied to it. In their mind, I've installed the app, I'm like, you're not going to have my phone, let me delete it when I get home. I already have your bag and your pen. I'm just saying. But if you now drill down to the lower funnel, making sure that all the metrics are like you're attributing, so it may not be programmatic always. It could be the word gardens, like I call them, Facebook, TikTok, and the like. But you know that customer at that level, you are retaining the customer at that level, you are tying it to revenue because you are looking at the customer at a particular point in time, how it comes in, how you make sure that you take that action that ties the revenue and you repeat the action over time till you get your customer back and it's a customer for life. So I'll stop it.
I just wanted to add that understanding your company's bottom line is very, very important. The bottom line might be we want to acquire more customers in Ibadan or Oyo State, for instance. Understanding that, because if you don't understand that, you can be focusing on Lagos and that is not your bottom line. And also being able to, had a thought that just skipped my mind, but being able to align with that is very, very important because you don't get any points for that. If the goal is that we want to shift or we want to move the needle in Oyo State, you need to tie into that. You can't be on your own and doing your own thing while the business has certain expectations of you. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Tying all the marketing effort back to revenue, I don't think any management team takes marketing serious until they can see that what they are spending money on is getting revenue. The popular opinion about marketing is that marketing is the one that spends all the money, while sales are the ones that make the money. Right? So one of the ways I've been able to ensure that everything that we do in the marketing department is tied back to revenue is aligning on what is that step, that action that tells you that this person is going to buy. So for some people, your product or your organization, the way you acquire customers, the way you sell is product led, right? From my own company, it's sales led, giving sales led. So it means that everything that marketing does, we need to always be aligned with sales. So even if we bring them the leads, we need to align with sales to ensure that those leads are closed and they are followed and all those things with customer success team. So knowing that key action that they need to take and ensuring that every channel also optimizes for that. It doesn't work like that if you want to show that channel generates revenue. The reason why social media managers and social media marketers are not really taking it serious is because they feel like most management teams think you are doing skits or you are doing jokes or something on those channels. But in order to drive the kind of result, ensure that social media you are tracking. For us, book a demo. Social media is tracking book a demo. email marketing is tracking book a demo, depending on the list, right? We have those that are already with the demo, then we want them to now use the product more, right? They will now do our conversion action is not book a demo at that stage. It is for them to explore this feature, and the more they explore the feature, the more they can do expansion. The customer success team can easily upsell them to, yeah. So booking a demo for us, that's the key thing. SEO book a demo. So it's not like you notify now, you can use custom forms on your SEO, on your blog. So everyone that reads the blog, there's the link there to book a demo, and you can just put the form and help track all of those. So every week I'm tracking, I'm seeing how many demos came from socials, how many demos came from emails, how many demos came from the blog, which one has been consistent, what is, and being able to now set the tracking for that action. Everybody's aligned, everybody's seeing that, okay, when the social media person is seeing, oh, blog is doing better than me. What is the blog doing that is driving the action? What content, in the week that we had a lot of demos on socials, what content did we put out? What resonated with that audience to drive that action? I want to now optimize to do more of that. So that conversion action now determines how we approach the audience, the ICP. It helps us understand who is actually buying from us, who is our actual audience, who are taking the action. So we are not just shooting blanks here and there. So that's the way we are able to then being able to track and optimize as tests. A lot of testing and optimize. That's how that kind of thing is done. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And it's been an insightful session. I believe we've been able to pick one or two. And to close this session, I just want to hear last thoughts from our speakers here. When people say, oh, for marketers, AI is here to take your job. So let's close with that. What do you have to say?
Yeah, it's absolutely not going to take your job if you learn to evolve and also learn to use the tools to help you stand out. I've spoken about content, I don't want to go into it. I've spoken a lot about using AI but also refining it. So I just think that you need to learn to use it to suit your own purpose and also use it to make whatever it is that you are doing better. The ideas are in your head, or the ideas need to be in your head anyway. It just helps you refine the ideas and present the ideas in a much better manner. But yeah, using it is absolutely important. It's not taking your job. If you learn how to use it and you evolve as the new tools come about and use them. For instance, there is co-work that does a lot of things. I think as a marketer, a lot of people should be using that and testing that out to see the limits that you can push with that. Don't just be in stay in isolation and be like, oh, I'm good with the basic style. No, you should always look to always learn more and get into learning how to use more tools as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that question. So I'll just piggyback on what she said. Yes, AI is not here to take your job, but maybe somebody that knows how to use AI properly will take your job. Or a salesman that can convince your boss to do away with you and that AI can replace you will also come by me, but AI is not here to take your job. So what's just to add to what she said, keep on learning, keep on evolving, and keep on understanding how you can use AI to become better at your job. It could be either with content, it could be programmatic, it could be social media, or even video creation, as the case may be. And at the end of the day, you are giving that value. Because if you don't give value, you definitely lose your job. But if you give value, especially at the bottom line, give value and then just generalize, right? Your job is intact because no AI will take your job. But if you learn how to use AI properly, your job is intact. I'll close that time.
I think AI is going to take the jobs of people that are maybe entry level, not senior, right? If the only thing you do here is just write, you're a content writer or you're the social media manager, and all those things AI, all those things you are doing, like the design, the content, the blog post, all of those basic things, of course AI is going to take, replace you on those things. And for senior people knowing how to use AI to move faster, right? Anybody that can move faster and drive result quicker with AI, of course, you are not going to be replaced by AI. That's my take on that.
Thank you very much. It's been an insightful session, and I'm really able to comment on what has been said. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all our speakers. Do we have questions for them just before they step out of the stage? Please tell us your name, what you do, and then go ahead and ask your question.
Good afternoon. My name is Amoshe Adeoshu. I'm from CPN Computer Consult. So I want to talk about when the speaker spoke about whether SEO is dead or not. So because I'm an expert in SEO, I can tell you for sure that SEO is definitely not dead. Understand? Because I'm an SEO. I'm an SEO expert. You understand? I'm an SEO expert, so I optimized, as my brand, my company CPN SEO. CPN Computer Consult, as the best digital marketer in Nigeria and the best SEO expert in Nigeria. So
time. Like, so that is only when you send the and because there's an MMP, you can track. You are saying it that Stanley I see. So it's just a reference transfer. I don't know if I'm answering the question. Okay.
I just wanted to add that in the instance where you mentioned, or in the example where he gave about collecting a gift and signing up and then not using it, two things could have happened. One is that he wasn't even the ideal customer in the first place. And they just wanted to, somebody at the target, get this number of sign-ups and he signed up, and of course he would drop off. Secondly is that maybe he signed up and then there was no engagement afterwards, like no emails, no. So what next after the sign up? So that could have also caused him dropping off as well.
So just to add quickly, so I think it happens across different brands, different companies, different products, where people take like one of the key actions and they don't go on to close. Yeah. So I'm going to use myself as an example. So even we run out some book demos, they don't show up, right? So we have other channels that's people to drive them to show up. And even when they don't show up, so for instance, people that don't show up, we use emails or automated emails. Then we also use SMS to drive that action to show up. And when they don't even show up, we put them on our list, on our email list, where every week they get yes, we are still pushing that action. There was a time that we went for physical events, we went to exhibit, and we had feedbacks coming from people like, oh, see your ads all over the place. I got your email this morning. And for that person, the action did not come from the ads, even though they that was where everything changed and to the action I wanted them to take. So there must be other channels that you are using to complement that main channel to drive the action you want them to take. Some people will not even buy immediately. Some people are not at that stage, but they just want to see. Some people will take them like a couple of months before they take action. So that's why the marketing is not like the traditional. You can't work on it the traditional funnel. It has to be like a flywheel. You are always communicating. You are always reaching out to where they are, and being able to track where they are is also going to help drive those actions. That's my take on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for all our speakers. I want to take one last question, please. One last question. Does anybody have a question? Okay, please keep it brief. 2 minutes. No, 1 minute for the question.
Good afternoon. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Alright, so I just want to ask, what's the difference between a sales page and a landing page?
Did we catch the question?
Thank you for that question. Both of them are, whether it's a sales page or a landing page, a sales page is a landing page, right? Wherever the traffic comes on, that page is the landing page. So, landing page can be home page, right? Sales page is also a landing page, but the action on the sales page, of course, is to drive sales. But for the home page, not necessarily. Alright, it could be to drive sales, but not necessarily. I don't think that's clear enough.
Thank you very much. I do hope your question has been answered. Okay. Thank you to all our speakers. You may now return to your seats. Please put your hands together. Did we enjoy that session? Oh, so they're supposed to take a picture. Please come back. You still put your hands together for these speakers as they return to their seats. Okay, so we're moving on to the next. next session for today's event. And I really love the flow of this discussion. We just finished with customer acquisition, and now we're moving on to customer engagement, which I think is really important. You know, how do you engage with your customers before they buy, during the buying phase, and even after they bought from your business? Okay, and to take us through the case study is none other person than John Onwara, who happens to be the growth marketing manager at Food Court. So John Onwara is a performance and growth marketing leader with expertise in driving acquisition, engagement, and brand growth across tech and digital businesses. He has helped scale startups and establish brands through data-driven strategies, cross-functional collaboration, and creative acquisition.
User journeys across app and socials, and then there was also the need to improve unit economics for us on our end. And also there was also another problem that Food Court experienced in 2021, which was also inconsistencies in terms of performance across board for the restaurant categories and then also for our food categories. What was the problem, and what was the main objective? To be able to solve that issue, one of the growth objectives that we had in mind was to increase our customer acquisition in terms of user, quality of users who come on board, improve our repeat purchase rate, and then increase our average order value. The second one was also reducing our overall CPA and then building a predictable, scalable growth. How did we do this? On our campaigns, one of the things that we noticed as well, the earlier conversation that we had, in this panel, somebody was talking about MMPs, we're talking about attribution and all of that. And one of the main issues that Food Court had then was that Food Court, did not have, those attribution tracking tools. So somebody sees our campaigns across social media, and we were not able to link that purchase behavior to, the social media posts that we posted online. And one of the things that we get to, we started doing was to be able to implement, the LTV tracking across not just, our channel, but also across our acquisition channels. And this helped us to be able, we implemented Singular, not Appsfly was a bit expensive for us at that time. We implemented Singular, and what Singular helped us do was that it helped us to be able to see the channels that were doing better. And one of the things with the Nigerian market was that we saw
a lot of, if you're running acquisition campaigns, is that we saw a lot of, people say, we need to start, running campaigns on Facebook and Google. But there was a bigger issue. We also didn't get to start, expand our channels. We were just running campaigns just on Facebook and on Meta. And then we also tested some specific creatives that kind of helped us to be able to figure out what was working and what was not working. At that time, we implemented Snapchat ads, and one of the results that we saw was that with Snapchat we saw a times 10 return on ad spend. To give context, we were able to run campaigns on Facebook, Google, and on Snapchat. For each of the Facebook campaigns that we ran, we saw a times 2 return on ad spend. For the Google campaign, we saw about a times 3 return on ad spend. And for Snapchat, we saw like a moving times 10 on ad spend. And because of the attribution that we're able to implement, we were able to now focus more on the acquisition channel that gave us the best return on ad spend. As of today, Snapchat has become like the major platform that has contributed to our overall growth. In 2022 again, during there was an issue. We saw that most of our users who kind of installed the app, about 25% of those users were only go ahead to place their first orders. And what did we do in that part? Since we've been able to figure out the channel that gave us the best return on ad spend, we implemented a life cycle campaign, and this is what life cycle campaign using CleverTap. CleverTap helped us to be able to increase, create automation flows across board. That also contributed to CleverTap contributing to about 5% of our revenue month-on-month. So this is in terms of email marketing campaigns and all of that. Secondly, as well, in 2024, in 2023, revenue, of course, this is public knowledge as well, so I'm not kind of breaking an NDA. Revenue for FC was about 2 billion naira, and in 2024, that revenue improved to about 6 billion because of some of the acquisition campaigns that we ran. And this is also wanting to know that we kind of reduced our overall marketing budget across the board, and we're still able to get that kind of revenue. So in earnest, to be able to increase our customer engagement, it's very important as well. As you're running life cycle campaigns, you're running engagement campaigns, whether it's behavioral triggers, whether it's key action flows, it's also very important that you make sure you get your acquisition channels on point. If we didn't implement the attribution tools that we implemented, we wouldn't be able to actually understand the channel that gave us the best return on ad spend. And with that, because of what we saw across the attribution on Snapchat, we were able to increase our overall budget by 50%. Snapchat contributed to about 50% of our budget for the year, and then we're able to cascade it across other platforms. The strategy again, what strategy did we use when running these specific campaigns? The first one was performance-led acquisition. Again, I spoke about this earlier. We started looking at people, like the lady that I mentioned earlier, who can start, not just download the app, but also, go ahead and place their first, second, and third order. The second one was also the life cycle driven retention. In terms of what we saw, most users who come on board who perform their first order and did not perform their second order are most likely not to return. So we kind of implemented a promotion kind of campaign that gives users specific discounts on their second order. And that in itself helped us to be able to improve the retention on the second flow, increasing our overall engagement rate from about 25% to 44% in 3 months. We also implemented a revenue optimization campaign through upselling, across board for these users. If you know food court has different categories of restaurants across board, and it also has different, variety of food as well. And being able to implement that, implementing a combo-based campaign helped us to also be able to increase our overall average order value, and in turn increase revenue and LTV for us. The fourth one would also be in terms of it was also very important for us to collect feedback, right? I agree there are some product issues with operational issues as well, but we're also able to sort that out by collecting feedback from specific users that we that we're targeting, and then we refined. It is also very important, as you run your acquisition, you run your customer engagement campaigns, that you also are able to look at the data to refine systems that you've built in place, see what changes need to happen, and then go ahead and implement that. On our acquisition end as well, one of the things that helped us to be able to scale users efficiently without much burn on budget was we first of all optimize our campaigns in terms of looking at the creative that we have running. So prior to that, FC was running a campaign that is using just images to run campaigns, and that in itself helped us, wasn't really effective. So after reviewing the campaigns, we had to move from just running image campaigns to video campaigns, reducing the rate of the length of the video from about 30 seconds to 15 seconds, and that in itself increased our overall ad click ratio to app install, to about 60%, and increased the order rates from about 25% to 44% in the first month. Secondly, we also implemented budget shifts across the board for some of the channels that are giving us the best return on ad spend. We also focused more on Google campaigns for demand gen. What this means was running search campaigns for bottom of the funnel events, which was orders. Focus on campaigns or channels that are giving us the highest return on ad spend. In this case, Snapchat. And then we optimize. With optimization as well, one of the things that we did across board was for our location. We optimize based on location. So if you're aware, most of the campaigns that we run we didn't run a generalized campaign. We ran cluster campaigns across Lekki. We ran cluster campaigns across VI, and we didn't also get to target do a kind of broad targeting. Those targeting, we used the zip codes across these specific markets that were kind of performing, and then we're able to increase our messaging, the frequency of our messaging across these campaigns, across these locations, and then that in itself was able to give us, increase our overall budget or revenues, across each of these locations, right? And overall contributed to about 25% increase in revenue month on month for FC. So to give you context in terms of how this growth has happened over time, when we got launched again in 2021, we were doing about 500 orders, per day. Right now, that has been able to increase to about almost 50 to 70,000 orders in a month, right? And also in terms of our AOV, when you look at Glovo, Chowdeck, Food Court has the highest average order value across the market. Chowdeck is doing about 7,000 AOV. Glovo is doing about 5,000 to 6,000 AOV. But that has doubled for Food Court in the last 3 to 4 years. And that has moved from about 11,000 per user to about 15,000 per user. And when you look at it's way ahead of its competitors in the market. And this has been because we were able to implement actual attribution targeting across all of our campaigns. We were not now running campaigns because we wanted for users to see us. We were running campaigns because there was the bottom line need to be able to increase that revenue. And each of those campaigns that we're running, we're able to connect it to revenue for the company. The second one as well, in terms of the creative, if you've also seen, we've become the go-to brand that helps. Football is kind of shaping culture around music. I don't know if you guys have seen it. When Davido launched his album, which was the latest album, he had a restaurant on the brand. This guy, what's his name? Odimo, when he also launched in Abuja as well, he had his brand. So everybody wants to come on food court to be able to have their own brand, and that in itself helps us to be able to increase awareness on our end. And most of the times, most of these collaborations, you don't even get to pay for it, right? It comes free because everybody in the music industry wants to be able to associate themselves with that brand, right? And that has helped us to be able to reach new audiences in terms of people who are concerned about music, reach quality audiences in terms of people who can also purchase from each of these collaborations as well. And then all of our campaigns are now focused, all of our paid campaigns are now focused on revenue generating metrics. The second thing as well, in terms of the creative messaging and testing that we were able to perform across board, there was a campaign that we ran, a free delivery on Wednesdays, that we ran across board for FC. That campaign, we were doing almost about 45,000 per order in terms of cost per order. But that campaign itself, because of that, we reduced our overall cost per acquisition to about 2K. That's about 50% decrease in CPA. What that informed us, or what that helped us do, was that we figured out that most customers respond more, on free delivery, campaigns, and that helped us to be able to launch free delivery campaigns on and on. For the free delivery categories as well, we were able to reduce cost per acquisition, by 50% as well. Then for the retention, we saw behavioral trigger campaigns for users who have, abandoned their carts, for users who have who have not ordered in a while. We had to set up life cycle flows to help them, purchase. For life cycle segmentation as well, we kind of targeted users who are active. We know for sure that users who are active, maybe users who have ordered once in the last 30 days, we don't need to target all of those ones because they are kind of active and we don't want to kind of mess up with them. We group users into active users and dormant users, and that helped us to be able to focus on users who are actually active. The third one is also in terms of loyalty and repeat purchase groups. One of the things we did also, if you have a football app, you'll be able to see that. We implemented a life cycle, a referral kind of campaign that helps you whenever you get to order food across board. You are able to get a particular point that can help you purchase food on the long term. And this in itself led us to also increasing the, we also implemented meal combos. So meal combos were, instead of ordering rice, we added some few things and then increased the price for that. That also helped us to be able to get users who are also interested. You're also able to kind of, build your own meal box, to help you, purchase what you want to purchase at, at a reduced rate. And then we didn't also do a smart, like a blanket discount. We focused more on minimum, threshold orders before you're able to access your free delivery, and then we also implemented, specific conditional promos. At the end of all of this, we saw a cost efficiency of about 67% in our cost per acquisition across all of our markets. What this means for us is that in terms of our cost per acquisition, before then we were doing about $3 to $4 per acquisition, and that in itself was able to reduce by almost 67%. For users who make their first orders, who make their first orders immediately after downloading the app, That increased from about 25% that we had in the previous period to 44%. And for average, order value, moved from about 12,000 to about 15,000, representing a 25% growth across board. One of the key learnings that I would like to talk about here is that growth for us wasn't just traffic. Most of the people, what the previous speaker spoke about, focusing on bottom line revenue for your campaigns. Growth for us wasn't just traffic. It was more of what exactly did the campaigns that we're running bring in terms of revenue. And because of the attribution framework that we're able to implement, that kind of reduced. We're able to start linking our campaigns to the revenue that we're getting. The second one was also, it is also easier for you as a business owner to focus more on your retention than it is for you to focus on your acquisition. Because imagine for the previous lady I just talked about, who sees our app, downloads the app, and then goes away. They go again, spend another money to get another user, and that in itself compounds, and it means that we need to be constantly spending on our campaigns to be able to get those new users, right? But if we focus more on retention for our business, that in itself will reduce the overall cost per acquisition. Remember, when a customer makes their first order, let's say for example, our cost per acquisition was for $5, somebody makes another one, cost per acquisition becomes $10 for 2 customers. But when a new customer makes their second order, we can say for sure that our cost per acquisition would have reduced to about 2.5 because the first customer has made their first order at $5, costing you $5 CPA. But when they make their second order, we can say for sure that our cost per acquisition has gone to about 2.5. That's like a 50% decrease in our acquisition cost. It's also very important as well to understand that data-driven experimentation performs assumption. I think when we started, it's always been, because you have this image, you have a 50% discount on this particular image, that is going to reduce, that's going to increase the CTR, which is about the click-through rate. But we started looking more into what we see in the data, right? Oh, we used the video today. What was the click-through rate of the video? We used a discount code. What was the click-through rate of this discount rate? And what was the order value that we got from this campaign? What was the CPA from this particular creative? When we focused on that, it helped us to be able to focus on the creatives that worked and helped us to be able to also reduce CPA overall. Secondly, the fourth one would also be in terms of personalization. This is also very important at scale. For a customer that just comes on the app, you also need to be able to understand their behavior, right? Because a customer orders, did their first order, and then you're sending them a totally unrelated email. That is going to make them kind of drop. It's also very important that you're able to click, kind of connect their behavior across your app to sending them those emails. Let those emails maybe be automated. Let those emails actually speak to the value you're bringing as a business to the customer. And then the last one would be in terms of optimization. It's also very important that you get to optimize. I think I can't say this enough. Optimization means to be able to look at the data, look at what is working, and then double down on it. Look at what is not working, and then kill it. Right? It's very important as we move forward as marketers as well. How can your brand apply this in general? The main thing for a brand is to be able to do life cycle funnels early. One of the mistakes that we did at FC was we were focusing on acquisition alone, right? Without necessarily talking about the funnel or how this customers. And what that led us to do was that we began seeing a drop off, like a huge drop off. About 75% of those users who come on board go ahead and then they drop off. But when we started building, the life cycle, we were able to, kind of increase the overall conversion rate, from what it was earlier to what it currently is. It's also very important you understand seasonality as it relates to your own business, right? Talking about this from an e-commerce point of view. You have a business and then Christmas is around the corner. You need your creative also needs to be able to speak to that. One of the things also we did for the Christmas period, I would say, was being able to infuse those creatives, the seasonal part of our campaigns. And that helped us to also be able to, I think, I would say for most businesses here, Christmas is always the time that you make bigger sales. And it is much more pronounced in the food tech space. So you must be able to track cohort behavior and then also test. Somebody reached out to me a few days ago and then I keep saying, and then one of the things they are telling me, oh, how do I want to run a campaign that is like business campaign, and how do I do that, right? What another complaint was that their campaigns isn't performing as it should. And one of the things I would always say is that as marketers, it is also very important that you test continually, right? Because A is working today does not mean that A is going to work tomorrow, right? You need to be able to test, and that is where the routine comes into it. Sometimes it becomes really boring, but we must be able to continually test, be able to give us what works in terms of channels, in terms of creatives, and in terms of funnels, and how to adapt quickly to those marketing changes. Then, most importantly, focus on lifetime value, right? Not just installs. When people run campaigns, one of the first things that they mention is we had 10,000 installs in the previous month. That, for me, if you ask me, I would usually say that's like vanity metric, because it doesn't count. If the users who come on board are not able to place their first, second, and third order, then it doesn't really count, right? So you need to focus on the value of the users that you bring to the system, and then most importantly, this is something that most of us do not necessarily have. We do not have a takeover, right? But you need to be able to speak your products, because at the end of the day, if you're running campaigns and your product is not the best product in town, you're going to have issues, right? The next day, oh, we got 20,000 users from orders from this campaign, and then the next day, the numbers dip. So it's very important that you align your product with your product marketers, align with your product managers to be able to help you increase your overall product experience. And that will be all. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much, John. That was a beautiful session. Do we have questions for John, please, before we move to our next session? Do we have questions for Mr. John? Okay. So we're going to be moving into the second panel session for the day. Are we excited? Are we still hungry? I've been told that our chick quiz is available. Are we ready for our chick quiz? And turkey plus chicken. How many people love turkey? Turkey lovers. And there are few chicken lovers. Which one are you people doing, chicken or turkey? Okay. Without further ado, we'll just dive into the next panel session. And this panel session is going to be focusing on customer engagement still. And the topic is keeping customers close, MarTech approaches for sustained engagement. Okay, so I'm going to be bringing up our speakers in a minute. Our first speaker here is Osato Ewoma. So before I pronounce this name, I asked Osato if this was correct. So Osato, am I correct in pronunciation? You all should see this thing. I tried my best. Okay, so Osato happens to be the marketing director at Moet. Am I correct with Moet as well? Moet, sorry. Yeah. So some people pronounce it as Moet, but unfortunately you're very wrong. So it's Moet. Great. So, Osato happens to be the marketing director at Wet Hennessy, Nigeria, and she's a seasoned marketing leader with extensive experience building and growing brands across multiple African markets, having led brands and marketing campaigns for global FMCG brands, personal care, home care, and alcoholic beverage. I thought we put our hands together for her. I'm not putting my rules, but I said see somebody's bio. Okay, moving on. She combines deep consumer and market insights with expertise in brand strategy, category management, and business development. She's passionate about solving real problems for African consumers and developing people, mentoring young professionals, and enabling teams to perform at their best. I mean, she's a mentor, so if you want mentorship, please see us until after this. Please put your hands together for us until she's Thank you so much. Next up, we have another very quality speaker in the house. We have Raymond Ike, hope I got that right, who happens to be head of marketing and communications at AB Microfinance Bank. Raymond is a marketing professional, a polymath who loves capturing the world's creative problem solving. He has experience developing brands and marketing strategies in the healthcare and banking industries. He is skilled in marketing strategy, brand management, corporate communications, digital marketing, Google Analytics, AdWords, and more. Let's get up for Raymond. That's huge. Raymond is an associate member of the Chartered Institute of Marketing. It's not easy. And a registered practitioner in advertising. Please make some noise for Raymond as he makes his way. Okay, next up we have Bidemi Alfred, Marketing and Corporate Communication Manager with Veritasi Homes and Properties. Bidemi Alfred is a passionate marketing communications professional with expertise in brand management, business development, growth, and content creation. He has worked across diverse sectors, including technology, FMCG, financial services, and paid TV. With deep experience in the West African market, he has led impact campaigns for brands such as Nokia Mobile, Journey Mobile, and GoTV, driving market growth, customer acquisition, and award-winning campaigns recognized at the Lurie's African Crystal Epica Award and the Lagos Advertising Festival. PAE is committed to building high-performance teams and creating market strategies that deliver real business impact. Please put your hands together. There is sounding let us welcome to the stage. And of course, again, I leave you in very great hands in the person of our moderator, who happens to be Torimo Salau, who is the founder of Yellow Chili Campaigns. Torimo is a communications specialist and founder of Yellow Chili Campaigns again, creating marketing strategies and brand storyteller with a background in experiential marketing, digital strategy, and content creation. Passionate about turning insights into compelling stories and experiences that build emotional connections and drive measurable results. Please put your hands together for Torimo as she leads the stage.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. Are we having fun?
Yes.
Okay, so if you've learned something today at this event, say Nepo Baby.
Nepo Baby.
If you've not learned anything today, say Lapo Baby. Okay, so we have, everybody here is a Nepo Baby. Alright, good afternoon to my amazing panelists. And we will be talking about keeping customers close, MarTech approaches for long-term engagement. So starting with Bidemi, I would just like to know, what does customer engagement mean to you? Like, if you were to explain it to a 5-year-old, how would you do it?
Okay, good afternoon everyone. Okay, so customer engagement, and I think everyone that has spoken prior to this section had really spoken to the team about it involves you not just bringing in a customer, but being able to nurture that customer from inception right on to to the very end of the relationship. It's just like I think Priscilla was mentioning a while back that you want to woo a lady, you go all out to woo, and after she comes on board at some point, you now decide to just cut the relationship off. Customer, that journey has to go from you wooing that person to you sustaining that relationship to the very end. And there are several ways that you have to go about doing that. The way you bring in the customer is not the same way you're going to sustain the relationship. There's several techniques and several things that you have to do as you go on, because along the line, mind you, you're getting to understand how this individual behaves, what they think, how they react to what you say and what you do not say. And all of that is what you need to bring on board to ensure that you continue to sustain that relationship to the career. So from my own perspective, I think the best way to describe that engagement is ensuring that you sustain the relationship the best way you can.
Thank you very much for that. All right, Osato, at what point should a business shift focus from acquiring more customers to maximizing the ones they already have?
That's an interesting question, and I wouldn't advise that you shift from either of them as such. You do need both to be able to at least build your business. What you need to think about is at what stage of life, of the life cycle is your business, yeah? And then also, what is going to be the biggest driver of growth? Now, every new consumer or customer, and I'm going to keep using customer and consumer interchangeably, so allow me, I'm not a tech person, and so we describe it a bit differently where I come from. But every new consumer that you get is an opportunity for growth. If you do not retain that consumer, then you will lose the fallout. And so, yes, bring them in, but also think about what are the strategies that you use to retain them. So it is in managing what the percentage of the contribution of growth to your growth is of acquisition and retention. And it's based on the strategy that you choose to operate within a given year. If your main goal or main objective is to drive acquisition, then you want to make sure that you are focusing the most of your energy on that. Because again, having a good pool of consumers or customers starts to get you in a position where you can drive revenue. But if you know that you've built a good enough consumer base, then you really need to work with keeping the ones that you have and maximizing what you can get out of them. There's a theory of the leaky bucket, and I don't know how many people are familiar with that. But what it says is that companies or organizations or businesses or brands sometimes gain consumers or customers as quickly as they're losing them. There are a lot of light buyers, people who touch a product today and then they go. There are people who hear about it from someone, maybe they buy it once a year, maybe at Christmas when they're feeling like they have plenty money, and then until next year again. Example, champagne. And then you have people who are curious, who are willing to try new things. And so you want to be able to, of course, bring them into the fold. But there are those who will swear by your product. And you need to make sure that at no point in time during their life cycle do they feel like they cannot stay with this product. So if you ask me, I wouldn't advise any company or organization or brands to switch from acquisition to retention. I would say find the right balance between the two, depending on the stage of life cycle that your business is and what your objectives are.
Thank you, Osato, for that. I would just say the only time you should put a pause on acquisition is if your products That's a faulty start. So I'll give an example, right? So there was a time when I was in the healthcare industry, right? And you know, the tech guys, they do what they do. So, and me, I know that getting a new customer via that product is a very bad experience. Like, the experience is very bad. But people that are already onboarded on the product, very good. And you know, product, you know, they can swear to everyone that, oh, this product is fantastic and stuff. But marketing, why I like us in marketing, there's data, we tell the truth. We should not tell you lies or keep it as it is. So if you know as a marketing person that the experience on onboarding these clients is not good enough, you put a pause on it, manage the ones that you have while you're fixing that that experience. When that is done, then continue with acquisition.
Alright, thank you so much for that. Alright, Italy, so what does sustained engagement look like from a revenue perspective and not just the marketing perspective?
So I sustained engagement look like from the revenue end of things. So for that, it has to do with from inception, as I said earlier. From the very first, get touch point to when they close a deal, what messages you eventually send out to ensure that that relationship is actually kept. So if a customer patronizes your brand, and the next thing you want to find out is the experience of that brand. What they use your brand for is part of the things that you want to find out. And you want to also ensure that at the end of the day, it's not just a one-time relationship. There's a repeat purchase at every point in time. And if I want to look at it from my own industry, in real estate is not FMCG where you just buy and go. For you to get one customer in real estate, you have to go the extra mile, and it's usually based on trust. You get it from my own sector, and there are different ways that you get to ensure that you move from that place of just the client coming in to you, closing the deal at the end of the day. For real estate, it's trust. You are selling. That's the very first thing you're selling to your customer. You can trust you that yes, what I'm buying from you is credible enough. You have all your necessary documentations available. You've done your due diligence, and at the end of the day, this particular property that you're selling to me, meets my lifestyle, and that's the thing that keeps them coming back. So when the person eventually closes a deal with you, you also want to go a step further to ensure that you win them. Let me give a classic example. I remember when I was with an investment bank. In investment banking space, it's not also easy for you to get someone to come and deposit millions of naira with you, and for you to get one person is also very difficult. So what we did when it comes to ensuring that we sustain the relationship is try to map, that client's lifestyle and find things that that kind of appeal to that individual. I remember there was a point we had to buy. Most of you, if I were to give you a painting, you would say, well, an abstract painting. You would say, what do I need this for? But for that particular customer, that's the thing that that kind of resonates with that person, and you want to meet that client at that point to ensure that the relationship is always not just a one-off. It's a continuous engagement at every point in time. For my industry also, another thing is referral. If your approach or your relationship with the client is very, very smooth enough, they refer you, to the next client. So that's how you get to repeat sales at every point in time.
Yeah. So it's just, if I may also help with simplifying or putting some structure. I think sometimes we mistake engagement for how often people interact with our brands. And that's just one aspect. But real engagement is how often or how consistently people choose your brand or your service or your product. And so using engagement to drive revenue, you've got to ask yourself a couple of questions, maybe 3 questions, if you really want to test whether engagement is driving revenue. Are your customers staying longer? Because if they're staying longer, then there's going to be repeat purchase. Repeat purchase means that you can drive organic growth. Organic growth is much more profitable than any other kind of growth. Are your customers spending more? If they are truly engaged, they won't buy just once. They will explore your portfolio of products. They will be the first to pick up a new launch. They will buy more of what it is that you're selling. And what that does is it reduces your cost per, I don't know the tech term that you guys would use, but basically it reduces how much I have to spend per growth that I get. And that way you know that you can also start to project, you can forecast, you can say, okay, based on the stability that I have from the current customer base, this is how much more sales or revenue that I can get if I work in this way. And the third question is, are they bringing other people along with them on the journey? Word of mouth is so important where marketing is concerned. Peers' recommendation will convert faster than any advertisements that you do. And so it is important that you build experiences that entail ensuring that your consumer feels like this is a product or a service or an app, whatever it is that you're selling, that connects with me, that is relevant to me, and therefore that I'm happy to tell other people about. And if you ask yourself those 3 questions, chances are, if the answers are yes, you should see the impact of engagement on the bottom line.
Thank you very much. So Raymond, how can businesses use data and AI to anticipate needs and increase lifetime value without, becoming invasive?
Thank you. Okay, this is quite interesting because you also have to toe on the direction of data privacy, right? Without making it look too invasive. So let me give you an example. I'll say outbound and then I'll give you an example, right? So typically, when people say personalization when using tools, that is MarTech, they all go with, their first name, their last name, and then they start putting somewhere of first name, last name inside the middle of the email, and they think they've done personalization. But I just say sometimes, I read those mails and I'm like, that's a funny type of personalization, right? So personalization for me, right, in anticipating my client's needs, if I'm saying that, I'm looking at the data, right, and I'm seeing that this customer that has been depositing regularly in my bank every month, puts 10,000 in his account, 20,000, 30,000, 40,000. I'm like, okay, let me send email to this type of person that we have a fixed deposit product that you can use for this. I have personalized it to that person because I understand or I'm anticipating the person's needs. So the person will be like, this is right on the spot. This is exactly what I need. And instead of putting that 10,000, there's an automated debit on the savings account that gets me 10 or 15% interest. Automatically, the person is just very to sustain the engagement with that person. Or secondly, you are seeing that this person is almost getting to the end of his loan maturity. And then you're just like, okay, this person, you cannot revert to the retention thing that say, okay, maybe give the person a branded mug or a branded thing, just can visit the person, and then give the person this. The person like, you thought about me, but the person knows that it's data that used to anticipate that, okay, thank you for repaying or thank you for this. So you are moving beyond this personalization of the thing to understanding the customer's needs, right? So when you do that, customers appreciate you more, and it leads to the organic growth that we're all talking about. And it's like, most of them, you've already gotten like brand loyalty. Now, where it gets invasive is, I'll go back to healthcare anyway. So let's say, somebody just did cervical cancer screening or something, and then you just jumped on it and like, after your screening, this one, come and do a pap smear. I was like, how did you know that I did that? Person now begin to wonder that, okay, first, this AI, this tool that person sent message, can they even see where, can they see the message that you're sending to me? If yes, means that you've already broken, I don't know, I'm using more of US terms than EPA, but they have something like that with the fund or something, data privacy with respect to your bill of rights and your stuff. So when you now see it becomes invasive, because then you're thinking like, how did they see this thing? And there's some people now that are suing, Nigerians are getting sued now for data privacy intrusion and all those type of things. Like it's a real thing now in Nigeria. So that's no longer looking personalized, it's looking invasive, because then these things that are meant to be separate, I say that, oh, your 20 naira that is going to OP or this or so, and then, you are seeing a lot of these things, and you don't want this information out there, you don't want them to do those type of things. But then, if you are coming from the aspect of anticipation of needs, that, oh, we are not saying that you spend 20 naira, just saying that, okay, you might need this. And one company that said that, I'll strike my view on this is Telebank. I don't know if you ever use one bank, but let's say they did not debit me 180 naira for SMS fee. Before they debit me the money, they will send it to my email, and then they're like, oh, we know there's a pause on this, but this has to be debited because of this, and this. They explain to you the whole reason, and then they do it. So they are not the type that just jump on you and just do that, they start doing shalaye after. So what I'm just trying to tell you is that you use data to anticipate your clients and then you sell them a product. So if you have, let's say you are aware with this, let's say you are in a group firm that have insurance products, financial products and everything, and then you are seeing that, oh, this customer is always spending most of his money on mechanic or this or this or this or this. Then you sell him car insurance that, okay, we have an insurance product that if your car goes towards this or enter this state, you are covered. The person automatically will thank you and love you for the rest of life. Like you've already won brand loyalty. So basically in summary, use data, anticipate this. That is how you use sustained engagement. Thank you.
Okay. Speaking on what you just talked about, the truth is, every one of us we have data footprints here and there. Every single app you use, every product you patronize is always there. Take for instance, my brand now, BFD. So on the app, what we do is you map your customer spending habits. What do they spend on most of the time? Is it I'm buying airtime, or I'm renewing my subscription for maybe my DSTV, or I'm paying for my bills, or I'm betting or something. And we realize that the betting guys top the list across the board. And for us, it's good information that tells us that look, this is where the revenue is coming from, and we need to find a way of ensuring that we get across to this individual. And I think the message that we crafted at that point in time is to give them like a token to say, look, on your next betting game, we can definitely give you a discount of maybe 100 naira or 200 naira on it. And in that way, you're more or less like using that information based on this person's habits in terms of betting, to reach out to the individual as well. I remember also for my bill payment in terms of my electricity, I use VT Pass. So VT Pass, when my meter, or what's it called, credit is running low, they send me a message automatically saying that, hey, your units are getting low, please try as much as possible to renew before you are disconnected. Something like that. It's not intrusive. It's like anticipating my next move and looking at my behavioral pattern in terms of how I spend, and you're able to plug in the brand to ensure that you're not always in my face, but you are at the right time, saying the right message to me.
And great examples from the other panelists. I think if we talk about starting to become invasive, we need to remember that if the customer trusts you with their data, you have the responsibility of ensuring that they don't regret it. And they will happily give you their data if you prove that you deserve that data. Now, some of the things that we need to think about as we try not to be invasive, because AI allows us to do a lot of things. You can anticipate behavior. You can predict, what direction the person is going to go, what they may ask for next. But you need to think about, how do you manage communication with them? What is the cadence of communication? If I'm going to get an email from you 5 times every day because you're trying to sell me a product because you have my email address, then I'm going to get irritated and I'm going to unsubscribe. If you're going to, because you have my phone number, get a sales agent to call me to try and sell something to me, then I'm going to get irritated and I'm going to ask to be removed. You have to think about, what is the point of the contact that you're making with this person? Is it to add value to them, or is it focused on driving value for you? Because when consumers or customers start to feel that it is not about their own personal needs, then chances are they start to lose interest and then they want to follow. So when they trust you with the information, you have to realize that it's a big responsibility. And you need to ensure that what you do with that information gives them the confidence that the information is safe with you. If you aggregate data, how you sell it is also important. I don't want to wake up one morning and I've been subscribed to something that I did not subscribe to. And I get a lot of those kinds of things. I'm thinking, yeah, but I don't even know what this is. Chances are it's somewhere else that I had provided my data that has sold my information. And that makes me less likely to want to provide my information. So think about what it is that you want to use that data for. Ensure that you're responsible in the way that you use it, and that the consumer or customer can trust that you're going to use it for what you say you're going to use it for.
All right, thank you very much. Osato, do you feel like most companies are underutilizing their customer data, and what are the things you think are missing?
That's a fantastic question. And if we were in the time before AI and before big data, etc., maybe my answer would be no, because data was not as available. But right now, a lot of organizations, companies are sitting on information that they're not using in the best way. Yes, there are still aspects where it would be great to get more information or more data, but there's so much even now that we have that we're not optimizing. For example, predictive insights. So we're fond of using data to explain what has happened. It is a dashboard to show how a campaign has performed, what the results were, why this person did not buy that, how this product performed. But we're not doing enough to use that data to anticipate what might happen. Who might fall off based on their behavior? Who is able to trade up? So who is ready to trade up that we can sell something more to? Who needs a new kind of messaging based on the patterns that you're noticing? We can do better in terms of anticipating how a consumer's behavior might change towards our product with the information we have. So predictive insights is one of the areas where we're missing a bit of a trick. Another area is in integration. And when I say integration, what I mean is a lot of the time data is kept in silos. So e-com has their data, retail has their data, social has data, CRM has data. Nobody's bringing all of that data together to create a full picture of the consumer. And that means that we're missing out on patterns that could actually help us optimize our pricing, optimize inventory, optimize marketing strategy, even product design. So that, I think that's, I'm guilty as well. So it's not like I'm saying, oh, it's other people that are doing it. It's just, these are opportunities we're missing. And I think the other thing to think about, or the third one is speed and decision making. So we have this information, but we're not building it into our daily decision making. We should be using the information we get to make changes as we go along. Why do you have your price still at 5,000 naira when you can see that people are buying 10 of your product and they're not as price sensitive? There's an opportunity to take up price. Not to go all out and drop, but it means that your product potentially has some price elasticity that you can leverage. Why are we not using the information we have today to even change the content that we've put out? If people are not responding favorably to your ad, I mean, with AI, you can adapt to content now and put something else out. Why are we doing that? So when you think about that, that's another opportunity that I think organizations can do better at. But let's not forget that there's also a human aspect of it. So yes, we have all this information, yes, we can use it, but there is the bit around empathy, and only humans can do that. Understand motivations, understand aspirations, understand what drives people, understand their personal context, and combine it with all of this information. Because even that right there is data. If you sit and have a conversation with your friend or with your family, they can tell you the pain points they have. They can tell you where they're struggling in terms of something that you are selling. And sometimes we forget that everybody, including us, we're all customers or we're all potential customers. We have similar pain points. If you have a conversation with someone to really understand their motivations and understand things driving, you can actually get information that helps to improve.
Thank you, Osaka, for that. Just to add a bit to it, I would say truly, organizations, I would say most especially big organizations sit on data that they don't use. And this will also refer to the speed that I was talking about. I would say it's easier for, in my own experience, it's easier for a smaller company to move with speed and do all these sensitive insights than it to be for a bigger company. Why do I say so? Most big companies that I know, they have lots of approval, like the bureaucracy is massive. It will injure you before you even try to get to the last layer. So it needs grit as a marketer to follow this thing through from point A to the last point. And before you get there, I would say you must also get your facts right as a marketer, because data is one thing. You are seeing something on the dashboard that, oh, customers are this, they're doing this. Once in a while, touch grass. Like, go and meet these people. Like, just interact with them. I have to leave. I was telling I have to leave Lagos to go, and I've never been to this in my life. For the first time, I had to spend a month in the east. Like, I was in Onitsha, Abia. This is where our branches are. Onitsha, Abia, Enugu, and Delta State, Asaba, and Warri. Just trying to understand how people are. And these people are totally different from people in Lagos. So meanwhile, we've been just selling one product to all of these people. But touching grass, we realized that we can create an entire particular different product for these people, and then I went back to management and then see it and defended, and this thing was good. I mean, revenue upscale. So what I'm trying to say is that yes, these things can be very, very annoying if you are working in a big company, because then moving from point A to the last point will annoy you. And as a small company, you just do what you got to do. If it doesn't work out, you easily just kill it at the beginning, or you just reinvent the wheel and just continue moving. Thank you.
I think one of the things that the FMCG brands have really gotten very well is that aspect of touching grass at every point in time. In fact, they spend so much on the research end of things. I remember when I was in the advertising agency, before you craft a campaign at all, you have to go and meet the people and how do they use your product. And take, for instance, for the likes of your Guinness and what have you. I remember there was a reason you had to go and play in the north. In the north, you can't sell beer openly, and you can't even advertise it at all. So we discovered that the way these guys use your alcohol is different. So they might not carry it openly, but you see that they are keg that they used to do ablution. That's when they pour it now, and while you think they are doing their normal thing, they are actually sipping on that. And that is key insight and key data for us to know who and who to, to push the product to, where the product needs to go, and how to fine-tune the product. A couple of days back, I think I saw a piece of ad. There's this media ad where you have a lady, a guy, showing their outfit and stuff. So I was reading about this guy, and the guy was saying that in the north it's a different thing. That you can't show skin, and you can see before your dashboard that you're looking at. Everything is all right in Lagos, but if you go to the north, it's a different ballgame entirely. So he had a snapshot of same media advertising in the north, but in a different way. They were completely covered, and that's to tell you that different region and different location have separate nuances that you have to understand. And part of your job as a marketer is to understand those nuances and know how to use them and convert them positively for your brand.
Thank you very much. So my next question: customers interact with brands across multiple touch points. Italy, what do you feel separate brands that create seamless experience for their customers from those that frustrates their customers?
Well, I think what separates them, the quickest answer is the returns themselves. The numbers tell you, the difference, because if across board that seamless flow is broken at any point in time, it simply means that you're losing that customer at any point. I remember in VFD, so the hub is such that once you come on the hub, you onboard yourself, you do all that you need to do, and there's a registration flow, that goes along line. So we discovered that most people along the journey just drop off for no particular reason. And when we called up the data, we realized that most of them were dropping off simply because the requirement from CBN is that you must impute your EVN or your NIN number. Someone imputes that NIN, and when it comes to BVN, it just abscond and just. And the truth is, you can't, as a bank, you can't bypass that at all, because CBN will come, down heavily on you. So what we had to do is find a way to encourage, the customer to ensure that they close that loop within the whole system. Because if at any point in the journey that thing is broken, definitely you are losing money on the line. And if the process is very seamless from start to finish, what that translates to is conversion at the end of the day, and that's what you want for your business. So the difference between both is that conversion at the end of the day, because you don't want to be in a business and you are losing blood along the line, because revenue definitely is the lifeblood of any business. So you want to close that. Another thing again that I see is also your the experience that people get when they use your product. What's the user experience like? Is it something that is very, very very seamless, or is it cumbersome? Maybe the interface is very difficult to go by. I think a few minutes ago myself and we're looking at a particular brand application, and we're looking at the UI interface, and it wasn't really something that that is encouraging at all. So each of those little touch points across the board matters a lot, and the way you fix them, at the end of the day, separates those who are winners and those who are actually not the best around.
Let me just add to it. This is actually quite interesting, because as marketers, we believe that every touch point has different experiences. There are some brands that I would never relate them to Twitter, but Instagram, they're good. LinkedIn, good. Some, they're probably very good on Twitter, but Instagram, not so good, and all of these things. So, you as a marketer, why I think you should be at the forefront is, no matter the position, whether you're in content or social media or digital marketing, is that you should always see your product or see your business from the point of the consumer or the customer, like Osato says. So you should always see this thing from that point of view, because it helps you see that you are not actually the customer, you are not the consumer, it's these other guys that are outside. So when you see this, it helps you to, how will I call it, optimize these experiences, in the sense that if you go to your website, something that you're actually proud of, and if you go to your Instagram page, something that is relatable to kind of person you're trying to find. And I'll just give an example. So, I mean, when I was moving from healthcare to microfinance, doing microfinance where I work now, I did not understand anything that, in short, let me just give you this. There was no marketing team on board. I think all of them resigned like a year before, so the marketing team was like zero. So I had to come on board and start putting things in. I wanted to know that I cannot have that so long because it was headache. Like, who did this? But you know, I was like, okay, no, let me take up the challenge. Start with products, you know, customer success, everything, and start reinventing me. So most vendors, you know, then they were sending proposals, oh, let's do this. But in my head, I knew that it wasn't time, you know, to do this, because if we had done this, the experience that you will have would be very bad for me. That I will spend latter part of my years doing crisis communication than actually focusing on the product, and I didn't want that. So I paused on that, and I focused on making all this stuff. I mean, the website, so I had to like take down the old website and build a new website again from scratch that fits into the brand that I want customers to see. And it was A1, and we got recommendations from a group from in Berlin and all of those type of things. So what I'm trying to say is that you as a marketer, you have to make sure that your customer experience the brand the same way across all these different touch points. And believe you me, experiences is what nurture relationships that leads to retention. Thank you.
Just the question you asked was what separates brands or companies that create seamless multi-channel touch points. And I think for that to happen, you have to think about the journey. What is the customer journey? Ages ago or before, the customer journey was linear. You want to buy a product, you get up from your house and you go to the shop, or you go to the market, or you go to the person that's selling it. Now the journey is anemic, right? It doesn't always start and end at the same place. You can start and stop at a different point and continue again. I can start looking at something on Instagram today, and then it's only at the store that I'll complete my purchase, or I see it in the store and I complete my purchase online. What is important is that the brand, the product, the service, the company, whatever it is that you are, understands how the consumer behaves at each of those points. Understands whether or not the consumer is receptive to your intervention at those points, and understands what the barriers to closing a sale, let me use that language, understands what the barriers to closing a sale are. Recently, I was at home and I received a package. Someone sent something to me, my sister actually, and I tried it. It was really nice. I tried the product. And then I wanted to purchase. So I went to the business page. I messaged them, oh, I'd like to order this, blah, blah, blah. And they say, oh yeah, this is it, this is the cost. And then I'm like, okay, what's the cost of delivery? Then they tell me, oh, I have to pick up. And I'm like, yeah, but someone had it sent to me. And then they said, oh, they only help those of their customers who are outside of Nigeria. And I thought, that's interesting, because actually I'm happy to pay the delivery cost because that's convenience. I don't have the time to go and be picking up anything. And I promise you, I almost did not buy. In fact, I stopped the process at that point because I thought, no, this is too much trouble. So you need to be careful for points in the journey that the consumer or the customer can fall off. You need to make access simple. You need to make completion simple. A lot of problem with some of the subscription apps, the steps are too many. You'll write your name here, put phone number, fill this one, bring down. By the time we're 3 steps in, I'm done. I'm tired. I'm not going to do 12 steps just to get something. So understanding the consumer journey, the points at which they can fall off, what becomes an obstacle or a barrier in the way, and what makes it simpler. Are there aspects that you can complete for them? Let's complete it for them. If you say to me, oh, all you need to do is do 1, 2, 3, and we'll finish the rest for you. Me, I'm sold. So I think what really separates brands, organizations, companies that do that well is they understand that consumer is not always in the same frame of mind at each point in that journey, and that the journey is not always linear.
Thank you very much. So I just wanted to comment about from there, because you said you almost did not.
I did, I mean, I did, because it was a recommendation for my sister. So
Okay.
it was just more and more.
So you had to pick up yourself.
I definitely sent someone to her. But again, they would have just taken my order, send my link to me. Will I buy again?
Okay. I actually wanted to ask if you ordered from them again.
No, just
You guys can see why. That brand did not get a returning customer here. I mean, ease of purchase just wasn't there for you. To my next question, I want to ask Raymond, in competitive markets, how important is community in keeping customers engaged? And community become a revenue driver? Do you see this as something that maybe a brand can focus on to really push their marketing efforts?
That's a very good question. I'll give 2 scenarios. I think yes, community-led engagement is very key in a sharp type of market where they are like, in the microfinance space, there are over 1,000 microfinance banks that I didn't know of. I mean, I only know the top 5, and that's why because I'm part of the top 5. So apart from that, I don't know your name, and I care about who you are sometimes when I see you're doing something interesting, but community-led engagement, it enables the marketer to see what these customers are doing and what products they want to introduce to this community, and the discount that even these communities can get. For example, right, I'm banking. I go to, let's say, Tech Roadshow Market, and I meet with the Yadoja and something, and then we form like a coalition there. They're like, okay, for AB microfinance customers, you enjoy free umbrella stands for your POS, whatever business you're doing. Everybody that sees that knows that they are part of the AB community and they want to join because there's a benefit to joining that community. And with that, we start getting engagement. Let's say we are doing, we cannot say every quarter we are doing, let's say, free health checks for these people, or we are doing free session of business advice or mentorship or something like that for them. There are benefits, however, not monetarily based. These mentorships are probably from the bank of staff that we are using for this things. And these umbrella staff, at least that will probably give them as normally as end of year gift item. That we use that money for this umbrella staff, but then they are saying it as benefit to this thing. So community engagement separates you from the other person, because in a noisy market, distinction is what separates you from every other person. That means people want to say that, okay, I'm part of this, I'm part of that. And I'll just give another example. Like in the US, there is this gentleman that is Kaiser Permanente. I don't know if you know about them. But Kaiser Permanente, they are so unique because the only type of marketing they do is community-based marketing. They don't have a social media page. They don't want to interact with you, don't interact with anybody. Just community-led. Why would say community-led is that? If you go on Instagram and you search for Kaiser Permanente, you probably see Kaiser Permanente Chicago, Kaiser Permanente LA, Kaiser Permanente California, all those type of things. Why is that? And it's not even Kaiser Permanente themselves that are opening the social media pages. People want to be associated with that brand because if you are a Kaiser Permanente holder, you have mean, people can be in the hospital for days, and if you just come with your card, you have your own special hospital because they run like an integrated system. They own the hospital claims and the insurance firm. So they have their own room where they take you to treat you, even if all the rooms are filled up. So that alone gives them bragging rights that, oh, I am part of the Kaiser Permanente community. And because of that, people want to go from, let's say, United Healthcare, CBS, Aetna, to want to be part of, I mean, if you have the money, to be part of community, to be part of this community. I always say that the bottleneck in community-based engagements is that you can only do it for some certain segments of people or segments of the market. Because if you are doing a B2C and you have like over 1 million customers, you cannot communitarize or you cannot communal base this type of, because it's going to be very hard for you. This is something that will do well for you as a B2B, or if you have like low customer, if your target audience are not that high, or you are just creating it for yourself. Thank you.
I think Raymond, you've touched on some important points. I think that if we look at where things are going today, and if we think about the younger demographic, a critical need for them is community, it's connection, it's belonging. It's one of the things that is a big motivation for them. And so if you hope to target this younger demographic, then you need to think about what role your brand or product or service will play in building community for them. And in a competitive landscape where you have products that are similar to other products on the market, and everybody's advertising and there's media and all of that, community can become a differentiator. And it does three powerful things. It can build loyalty, right? When people are part of a community, when they feel valued, when they feel seen, when they feel like they are connected to a brand, yeah, they will buy more, they will stay with you, they will swear by you and say, this is the brand for me. Community also increases customer lifetime value. Community memberships, they drive repeat behavior. You're part of a community, you attend events, you have a crew, you're in a circle, you do what people are doing. And so chances are, if you use community well, you can use that to drive repeat behavior, repeat purchase, buying into your new products, buying into your new packages. And the third thing that community does for you is build advocacy. Advocacy is one of the best and cheapest ways of driving organic growth. In luxury, especially, advocacy is important because trust is carried through people. And when people feel like they're in a brand's inner circle, then they're more likely to tell their friends, of course those who can also afford things, they're more likely to tell their friends and their family about the brand. They're more likely to tout its uses. Because for them, it's also a bragging right, like you mentioned. And that way, you're getting your organic growth. You don't even have to do anything. They're doing the work for you, right? And these people will also drive those friends and people they're bringing to buy more. And it's not like your Ponzi scheme. It's not come and it is. I use this. It's amazing. It's fantastic. You should be a part of it. And so I think that if you can crack community, when I say crack community, I mean if it is authentic, if it's based on shared values, on shared experiences, and meaningful access, not just about transactions, not just about getting people to buy more, then you will really have a competitive advantage.
That's a very valid point that you just raised. I am in the luxury space, so I understand the impacts of community. So before I came on board for Veritasi, the brand is is very well known in the real estate space. However, we realized that sales were dropping and we needed to do something about it. And where we got it wrong was with our realtor communities, because we realized that these guys have the clients, they know them, they've related with them separately, and to mend that relationship, we had to have like a one-on-one meeting with them, just to hear them out. What are the pain points? What are the issues that they are going through? And over the course of 3 days, we had to meet with different groups of realtors. And one of the things that we found that was that one, the complaints that they came up with was that, hey, before now, my CEO used to be very accessible to them, and now that the brand seems to have grown so much, they are not having that much access anymore, and they feel slighted somewhat. And they gave several other reasons. One of the things about communities that they give you honest feedbacks. They let you know where you are getting it right and where you're getting it wrong. And in bridging that gap, we realized that sales went up. They began to refer the people. They began to talk about the brand again. And another thing that we do every year is most of our top sellers, we sponsor them to Lagos Business School, and just to give them that edge from that person. So communities are very, very important. They can either make or mar you. It's very good, because I remember during the engagement, some of the realtors were saying that, look, if you guys, your pride is becoming too much, go and remember what happened to X brand, what we did to X brand. And they were saying it boldly, because they actually, were the engineers of the downfall of that brand that they were talking about. So communities have a way of giving you first-hand information. They can help you, move your brand further that you can never get from it.
Thank you very much. So on the final note, I would ask Joby to give your thoughts on this question. So if you had to choose one thing to improve customer retention and lifetime value, what would it be for you?
I think it would be something that I spoke about earlier, and it's integrating all of the data that we have across all the different sources and using that to paint a full picture of the customer. What I would really want to do is be able to use that to anticipate where I think the consumer or the customer is going to go, what are the pain points I can solve for, and how I can simplify the process for them, rather than building campaigns, based on data that I received from this research without taking into consideration all the other things that are available to me.
Thank you. So I'll just say, okay, so I'll just say that for me, right, I'll focus more on, after the retention, going to be on predictive insights. That is, when you are seeing some things become very funny and you feel like you ought to take advantage of it, take a step back, touch grass a bit, and then you can go to define new products for this week. Because this thing I'm saying makes it look a bit easy, but I'll say all of us say we're all marketers, but we're playing two very different spaces. That one strategy is not one very fast forward, because there is the B2B.
Finding your target audience. It's very important. Once you're clear who your target audience is, even if you don't have a customer base, the first place you're going to go is where those people are. They already have communities that they belong to. And you can start first by targeting those communities. Then you can build yours. So I think sometimes we're thinking too much about how do we build our own community. Communities exist. Everyone here belongs to different communities. And so it is how to tap into those first, getting a leg into those communities where people are receptive to what it is that you're offering. The second was around how to attract consumers, and it's linked to that. Find the place that your target audience will typically be, but not just where they'll typically be, where they'll also be receptive to what you're selling. And when I say that, let me give you an example. It is absolutely ridiculous to go to a gym to sell food. They're there trying to be healthy and burn calories. You will be making a mistake if you are going to sell to them at that point. So you need to think about, they exist here. The customers I'm trying to attract exist in this place or in these places. But if I go there now, are they receptive to what I have to say? And that way you then map out where's the best. What they're buying, how they're buying, and sometimes I poke my nose in their business and ask them why they're choosing what they've chosen. And then I ask if the person is receptive, I ask what problem they're trying to solve. And then I can make a recommendation, especially if it's in the category of product that I'm leading. But there are so many opportunities for us to test, to get information, to get knowledge. There's social listening. And you, those in tech would probably be able to do this better than me. But yes, you don't have data, but you can start to build your data. There's no one source of truth. Data is always directional, never factual. And so you need to combine different sources of data and insights to get a picture. I hope that helps.
Yeah, okay, I'll just focus more on this data thing. In respect to that, when you are gathering data, like I said, like from different sources, and you get to social listening pattern, you want to know what questions are these people asking if you can't go to the store, but I specifically said that you actually go and touch grass, first of all. So, two is that there's this tool called Answer the Public. I don't know if you're used to it already. So Answer the Public is very, very good. You just put in the product that you're offering, and Answer the Public gives you different questions people are asking around within a certain location. I think you can drill down to people from Nigeria and all of this type of things to what questions to answer. So it gives you the answer from auth to code, and then gets your example. Like, okay, so if people are asking these questions, how do I build content around to answer the type of questions that these people are asking? So you just do all of that, and from there you just go down the rabbit hole of looking for information, and then the answer just come in, and then you keep refining. There's no marketing strategy that is beginning day one. You just look at the metrics. Oh, this is the client. What can I do to tweak here and this? What can I do to do here and this? And everything just falls right into place. But yes, identifying your target audience is really, really key. Thank you.
Okay. So I think we've come to the end of that panel session. We're pressed for time and won't be taking any more questions. And we'll just move quickly to the next session. But I would like our speakers to stand so that they can take a group picture. hear me?
Yes.
I'm getting here today. Okay, so we have just one more session before we then have a
Radio. Bluetooth mode. Line name.
Media, can you please turn it down while I just okay, so we have our next session, which happens to be the investor insight session, and we're going to have Abubakar Sanos, who happens to be the Chief Investment Officer at Redefining Ventures, and he's going to be helping us understand what sustainable business growth looks like to investors. So he works at the intersection of fashion, tech, and culture, and genuinely loves building with people and shaping what's next. He partners with founders to turn bold ideas into real scalable ventures, whether that means refining the product, raising capital, or figuring out the right growth path. He's hands-on, practical, and enjoys rolling up his sleeves to do things that truly matter. Please put your hands together for Abubakar Sanusi as he makes his way.
Hello everyone, and good afternoon. Nice to be here today. So basically, I am just going to tell you more about what we do at Redefining Ventures. I was told that this event is more about the marketing community, and I come from marketing, but I'm in venture capital now. So, but then we have a lot of people here who are into tech startups. We have people here who have built products. We have a lot of marketing people who So Redefining Ventures is a US-based it's an early fund. Actually, the focus is the creative industry. So it's a creative-based fund, meaning we invest in the creative industry, whether it's in music, fashion, the film industry, gaming, animation, right? But we also, our core focus is investing in tech startups that are building tech-enabled products to empower the creative industry. If you are building a product, it's going to, say for example, you are building a music streaming platform using AI, or you are building a digital fashion platform, things like that. That is where our capital comes in, right? So one very important thing that we seem to, we are trying to grasp right now as an early phase fund is how do we partner with marketing companies. And the reason why is because 80% of our investment is focused towards the United States and the Middle East, and we have 20% for Africa. And this is because I would say the executives in our fund believe that African economy or the African market is still, way out. I mean, I thought this might be like a high discussion, but it's not necessarily. So what I'm just going to convey to the public is, most of the people are here today trying to scale your startup, trying to scale funding. After of course, after the session, you can meet me personally, and then I can just give you a business card here, and then we can discuss. Because we have, at this point, we have $1.5 million for the African market, which is that is just 20%. But then also then comes who are your team members, what product are you building, and it doesn't necessarily have to be the creative industry. It also be whether it is software system in terms of the e-commerce platforms, whether it is food, whether it is whatever it is, logistics, anything. It doesn't necessarily have to be the creative economy. So based on that, I'm just going to allow anyone to ask a question. If you have any question to ask, and I'll respond to you at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that beautiful session. Do we have questions from Mr. Abubakar?
Oh, Redefining Ventures. Redefining, sorry, it's a Jewish name, so that's.
So it's RADHANIT Ventures.
Actually, I'm a business card I need to you, so yeah.
This is why we emphasize on networking sessions. So I believe that Mr. Abubakar is still here, and if you want to talk to him after we've had, or during the lunch break, I'm sure he's more than willing to speak to you. Okay, please put your hands together for us.
Thank you.
Right about now, we will have our lunch. Those of us that I promised chickpeas. We do have our chicken in the building. It's not just me. Please put your hands together for that. People was growing. Okay, so how do we want it to? Okay, so you can either come here or there. Do you understand? If you look at take a look at your back or at the back, you see two tables, different tables. So you come to the first one or you go to the second one. I hope I'm correct with that. Or let me see, is there something that, because I think that's snacks, right? Yeah. So is it both snacks and food? Yeah. Okay. So there's meat pie there and then there's actual food there, because that's not. Okay. Please stand and go take your food. Let's say you're not hungry. For this launch session, 10 minutes, please. Again, ladies and gentlemen, you have 10 minutes for the launch session.
Hello. 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 Okay. Hello. 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 1 2 testing 1 2 testing 2 testing 1 2 testing 1 2 testing 1 2. Hello. 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 Testing 1 2 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 testing 1. Hello. Hello. Testing 1 2 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 testing 1 2.
everyone. This is a lunch break slash networking session. So do welcome me somebody. I am giving us 30 minutes for this session. Hello, beautiful. Can you met the lady beside you? So while you eat your lunch, do welcome someone. Thank you.
no fear. I go out that on with you. Possible cash double. Leave shit for back like bomber. From Abuja to London. This year they go no say I don't come. Smart work no be a kiddie. Las Vegas no be last DD. Vision sharp go dizzy. If not useless work I'm busy. I don't wicked now shut you racing. People bad not the reason. Since 2015 I be singing. You self try if it easy. It goes up like dream the type where you sleep. I swear to God Almighty, Popsy go show in a brand new truck with my mommy in a GSC. Before I find the waiting I seek, mouth no fit talk you waiting I see. From this year talk it to me nicely. Kurimas in that supremacy. Go ask you for cash, double. Leave shit for back like bomber. From Abuja to London. This year they go no say I don't come. Possible cash double. Leave shit for back like bomber. From Las Kitty to London. This year they go no say we don't come. Baby, shake your body, 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 body. Baby, move your body, 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 body.
Make it day one side, make it just stay rock, make it just stay traboski. Our bodies touch, my money is long, my team is long. Follow me after the party to where you belong. I want to show you what you never seen before. I want to do what I never do before. I want to dance. I want to dance. I want to party. I'm so good so much. Baby, shake your body, 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 no send anybody. Baby, move your body, 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 no send anybody.
Kilo, give me that say you arrest me. Without the smoke, cause it's full up, this your back. It's in there, this your back. Shena Kana, this your back bad. Behind me. When I say walk, 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 touch your body, hold still up. Now I want your body, I want my cuts. Cut so, baby cut so. I want wash face, I want fast face. I want top your body not its spot. Your body not its price. No, 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 you're no darling. Traboski, swagger. No, 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 you're no darling. Traboski, I don't hide, share you don't hide. Say she got a boyfriend, me I got a girlfriend. But I want your number, I want the bumper. No, 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 you're no darling. Traboski, swaggerski. No, 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 you're no darling. Traboski.
I want to dance. I want to dance. I want to party. I'm so good so much.
Number one. You the break, she the shake. You the break, she the shake. S baby, killer busy. S baby, killer busy. You the break, she the shake. Breaking loose. Number one. You the break, break that. She the shake, shake that. Break that. Shake that. Break that. Shake that. Break that.
lady on Ankara skirt. Just want to make you rush, but just let her know. Welcome back, everyone. Good afternoon once again, ladies and gentlemen. Please, we have eaten. Oh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. That's a 2/10 response. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We will not start until we're paying attention. So we've come to the end of the networking session. So those of us that are still having conversations can stop now. Those of us at the food section, please can we get back to our seats? Okay, I see some people still networking, so can you involve us? Involve me in your conversation. Please, can you tell us what you were talking about?
Okay, I was just talking about my career in PR and some of the experiences I had. Yeah.
And then I see that you both have met, so what is her name?
It's a little bit difficult. Torimo, yeah. I'm Ima.
Nice to meet you both. Who else has, okay, I see two other people having great conversations. Hello, sir and ma. Please, can you tell us your names and, no, tell us her name, and then she tells us your name.
Do I need to stand? Oh, okay. Hello, everyone. Good.
Next session. Please, if we're still networking, we've come to the end of the networking session. So no more side talks, no more going to get food. Please, can we just get seated? Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so the next phase of this session or this discussion is going to be the customer retention session. And to get us started, we have Omolade Marquez, who happens to be the senior growth marketer at Cowrywise. So she's going to be leading us in the case study session. Omolade is a creative strategist and filmmaker who drives growth through storytelling and performance marketing. At Cowrywise, she has led multi-channel campaigns, built growth funnels, and created social and UGC content that boosts engagement, conversions, and brand loyalty. She has also crafted films and brand stories for Nike, Prime Video, ALX, One Campaign and DKT, combining creativity and strategy to deliver narratives that inspire and convert. Please put your hands together for Omalade Marquez as she makes her way to the stage.
Yeah, no problem. Hi, good afternoon, everybody. We just eating, no, we are not responding like people that just ate right now. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. So my name is Omalade Marquez. I'm a senior grade marketer at Cowrywise, and today we are going to be talking about streaks, designing for retention at Cowrywise. First off, how many of us know about Cowrywise? Just a show of hands. And how many of us know about our streak feature? Streak feature. Oh, that's nice. So let me just paint a picture quickly before we go into this. So let's all imagine we are all marketers, and I believe marketers are very good storytellers, right? So let's paint a story. Let's meet Bola. Bola wants to, maybe for January, she's writing, my new self knew me, and she's writing that she wants to get this so amount at end of December to do 30 December or Umbli or anything. And she's like, okay, let me put aside this particular amount, let's say 100K per month, every month, for her to get 1.2 at the end of the month. But because of, the Nigerian factor, you're like, your salary comes, you'll be like, let me just buy one shawarma, or your salary comes, you're seeing this very nice bag, or your salary comes, you're saying, let me just go for one trip, one staycation. And at the end of the day, Bola is not able to meet a target of saving 1.2 million at the end of the year. How many of us are Bolas here? I used to be a Bola. I used to be a Bola. So we saw that at Cowrywise, and we took the data and we decided to make something, to do something. So streak is how the habits, psychology, and product design drive long-term customer loyalty. So the retention reality, acquisition is loud. Like when you acquire, everybody is like, oh, we just acquired 1 million customers. We have 1 million user base. But out of the 1 million customers you have, how many of them are active customers? Acquisition is loud, like everybody is like calling the numbers, we did this, we did that. But retention is where the profit is. If you are looking at AUM, I work in a fintech, so I'll do AUM. AUM is asset under management. If you are looking for that, you need to get it at retention. And consistency will build lifetime value. So when they consistently save or invest, they build lifetime value for both the clients, for both the consumer and us, the fintech. In fintech, you don't win when someone signs up, you win when you continue showing up. It's not just at the point of purchase, it's also at the point of there's a repeated usage of your app. They come back, always come back. Retention isn't a growth static, but also a product philosophy. When you're talking about retention, you're not just looking at it that, oh, I want to grow. You're also looking at, it should be your brand philosophy that, yes, retention, we have the customer base, yes, but how do we retain these customers? How do we make them repeated customers that they don't just use our products once, but they always come back to our products? So the problem we wanted to solve, so I'm using Streak as a case study for customer retention. The problem we wanted to solve was that people want to save, but they struggle to be consistent. Everybody wants to save. There's nobody here that does not know about the budgets and that when you get your salary, the 50-30-20 rule. There's nobody here that doesn't know it. You use 50% for your daily needs, you save 30% and use 20% for your wants. So everybody wants to save, but they struggle with consistency. Saving is not an intended problem, but it's a behavioral problem. That's what we saw. It's not an intention. Everybody has the intention to want to save, but it's a behavioral problem. People are not really consistent. When you say, okay, I'll do this, but you procrastinate. Okay, I'll save next month. Let me just use this month to go and do something. That 20,000, I'll do it next month. So I'll do 40,000 next month. That is how it continues to pile up. And by the end of the day, you're made to save 500,000, and you're like, where am I going to see 500,000 from? So we realized that our biggest retention risk wasn't dissatisfaction, it was inconsistency. It was not like people are dissatisfied with the CowRise app, but people were inconsistent in saving. So the the insight is that behavior drives retention. When retention is equal to repeated valuable behavior. We looked at it that what can we do to get customers to keep on coming, to keep on using CowRise app, and we saw that we need to bridge the gap of retention. We are working with money. Nigerians don't like parting ways with their money. Nobody wants to part ways with their money. But we have to look at it. What can we do to make sure that these people keep coming back? Like after you do your first investment and you make your investment is matured, your investment get matured, people tend to withdraw the money first. Let me see if this app is good. Let me see if they will not take my money. Let me see if I can withdraw my money. So we have to look at it. What can we do to close up that gap that you don't need to necessarily withdraw your money, but you always keep coming back to the app? So we introduced streaks. Streaks is a measure of how many consistent months a user save or invest. It's so simple. It's a low-hanging fruit. It's very simple, but it's psychological. We played on people's psychology to create habits for them. Because they say, you know this saying that when you do something constantly for 21 times, it becomes an habit. So we looked at it, how can we create habits? How can we engineer habits so that people become repeated customers? We looked at it that, okay, let's create a streak. So streak is like a badge of honor. Let me put it like that. So you have like, when you save every month, you have one streak. If you save for 2 months, if you say January, February, you have 2 streaks. If you save for 3 months, you have 3 streaks. That was what we, so with streaks, you save every month, you maintain your streaks. And we did it that if you miss any streak, you reset back to 0. That was what we used. That was the key point. So even if you had 50 streaks, so you've been saving consistently for 50 months, if you missed a month, you are going back to 0. And that was one thing a lot of people didn't want, because it was a bragging right for a lot of people. So people started like they were looking forward to always wanting to save at the end of the month. As salary comes in, they are saving. That was how we engineered habits to people. We could have left it that, oh, you could just save, everybody can save and invest. But that inconsistency is actually bleeding the company dry, and is actually not making it be your better self. We could have gotten a lot of AUM from it, but that 1 month that you refuse to save is like a loss to the company. You understand? So why the streak work? Number one, loss aversion. Nobody wants to lose what they've been building consistently for months. Nobody wants to leave. We have streak going as far back as 75 months. Currently, with the highest streak is like 113 months, and that's like 9 years. So the person has been consistently saving for 9 years. Imagine the person will lose 1 month and goes back to 0. I'm sure that person will not want to do it. So progress visibility. Every month, you should, when you invest, when you save on CowRise, you get the shareable pop-up model that shows you that, oh, you now have 20 streaks, you now have 30 streaks. Like if you see, I don't know if it's showing right now, you see on Twitter, this person commented that it has 58-month streak. That was how we engineered behavior for people to always come back, Number 3, identity formation. I am a streaker. There was something people could post about, or something people should share that, oh yes, I am saving. You know, everybody wants to be that person that, oh, when you are talking about finance, I'm very good in finance, I have these, you know, those ones that they will say, if you save 100,000 at the end of, beginning of the year, at the end of the year, you would have gotten like 2 million kind of thing. A lot of people want to always be associated with people that understand stuff. So that was what we made it an identity. I am a streaker. And number 4, it was for social signaling. There was something like, if you don't have anything to post on your social media, it was something you could post because it was a shareable design. You could post it on your WhatsApp, you could post it on Instagram, you could post it on Twitter. Users didn't want to lose their progress, so they love, and they also love watching progress build. So the insight we saw that before we started Streak, the insight we saw was that we saw that people could actually save. We already had, this data was at 2024, we already had 7 years plus streaks. But what we also saw was that there was always a drop-off after the first 1 to 3 months. There was a drop-off, and we had 58.7% of our customers just saving for 1 to 3 months. That was the data we saw, and we're like, okay, we can do something about this. And we also looked at it that if we automate this process, it will increase streak survival. So when people could just like automate their savings, like at the end of the particular day of the month, if you could just say, oh, we directly debit you, it could save your streak. So you don't need to always have to think that, oh, I've not invested this month, I've not saved this month, I'm going to lose my streak. We had to put that automation button. So it was very simple. You see it, just automate it, and you link your bank, and we just remove it every month. So retention is not designed, it's designed, not hoped for. So our retention engine was a streaks plus automation plus direct debits. Streak alone would not have moved if we did not introduce direct debit. So users won't lose their streak due to card failure or forgetfulness. We didn't just motivate people, we engineered continuity. We didn't just tell people, we didn't just post about it that, oh, don't lose your streak this month, don't do this month. We made sure that we gave them a platform that they will not have to forget. They could just set it and go. They could just leave it, turn up a switch and go, and it will continue reading. We reducing friction, we did recurring plans, we did direct debits, we did bank linking. So if you're a salary earner, you could link your salary bank to your Cowrywise's account. So what at a particular day, let's say you collect your salary at 25th of the month, you put it on 25th, and immediately on 25th, it's debited. And we also set reminders, like we were always in your face. There was pop-up modals, there was PNs, there was emails that, oh, don't lose your streak this month is almost over, don't lose your streak, hope you don't lose your streak, this and that. And we also had like very witty copies. We didn't have like, let's say we had like Gen Z or a millennial kind of copy. We didn't have the cliche kind of copy that Organope you have now. So every broken streak teaches us something. Many weren't intentional. There was payment friction. So we attacked the friction because friction kills retention. And also, we also leverage on emotional reinforcement. And this is recognition. So we looked at our top streakers some months, the top streakers. So we could do like the top streakers in the 50 categories, in the 30s categories, in the 20 categories, so that we could reach out to everybody. If we only did that, oh, the top streakers, like, oh, the people that are in the 110, the people that are in the 70s, we get to give just some particular set of people recognition. But we did it category by category. Oh, the top streakers in the 10, the top streakers in the 20s, the top streakers in the 30s, and so on. So we recognized them. We gave them like merch sets. We gave them like gifts. Also, we had shareable moments. That's what I was talking about. You could share your streaks with people. So this created brand engagement for us because people were always posting it on Twitter and it's something that goes on every month, especially during the end of the month when people collect salary. It's something that goes on every month where people share their streak. Oh, I just saved 20. I just had 58 streaks or 20 streaks or even 1 streak. And it came with a very nice copy that also prompted people to go and to go and open Cowrywise and start their financial journey. So it was not just a retention strategy, it was also a referral strategy where people see it and want to also want to do stuff like that. We created FOMO so that people would come to the app and download the app and use the strict features. Also, from feature to identity, it became a culture. It's something that people wanted to identify it with, like, oh, I am a financial guru, or I'm just learning about finances, or I'm already saving by December. My December is not just that they were saving again. Also, we went back to the drawing board, because when we saw some people that complained that, oh, I can't be saving for 27 months, and because I missed a month, I will go back to zero. So we had to go back to the drawing board, because we lost some customers at that point. We lost some customers. When you reset back to zero, they're like, so we had to go back to the drawing board, and that was when we came back with strict buyback. And strict buyback is when you miss a month, 7 days of the next one, there is an action you have to take. So the action could be you saving a particular amount, or it could be you investing or opening a pod or something for you to buy back your streak. So once you carry out that action, you get your streak back. Yeah, if you were on 27 before, went to zero, you go back to 28. So we saw there was a gap there, we needed to fill it. So we did the streak buyback. So the measurable result from all these things was increase in AUM, increase in more, so from the beginning we wanted to do a 30% increase in user coming back. We wanted to do that. I wanted to do a 10% increase in month-on-month user active users. And at the end of this, we got like a 20% increase in retention, in people coming back, and like a 7% increase in the month-on-month active users coming back. And we also saw that, contrary to the opinion that is females that save more, we saw that we had more men having good streak record, and we saw that we had more people from the millennial than every other segmentation. We saw that millennials were saving more. So we also engineered this in a way that most of our copy was something millennials could relate to, because those were the people that are really using the product. So we had to tailor something specifically for them. And people will say the strict feature on Cowrywise is really good. It's a very low hanging fruit, because it wasn't something we had to pay for, because it was already active users. As one of the panelists said, it's very cheap to retain people, because you've already sold it to them. They're already active users, so it's very easy to upscale that, okay, you are now on our platform, you can do this. So it is very, very easy to engineer behaviors when you already have active customers. And this thing is something I love this name so much. I don't know if they are showing it on the screen, and it's like at the end of the month, Cowrywise users is like, oh, my streak is going to go now, so I'm about to lose my streak, and that is what is ringing in their head. And that was what we wanted. We wanted to form habits for people, good financial habits for people, that it becomes part of your life. It becomes like, how would I put it, like the clothes you wear, let me put it like that. It becomes part and parcel of your life, that you know that every month this money is going from me, either intentionally or unintentionally. You will see people coming on this and that, on social media, and saying, Okwe has removed my last 2.5, my last 2K, or stuff like that. But we're at the end of the day, people come back and say, yes, thank you for doing that, because of that, I could reach my targets. Because of that, I could do this thing I wanted to do. So the learnings, it's very brief, it's very short. So the learnings I want people to take today is that when you design for behavior and not for transaction. So you look at your product, what is in your product that you can impose transaction behavioral pattern. When you change your customer behavioral pattern, you can easily retain them to do stuff. When it becomes an habit, they do repeated purchase, they become repeated customers. So you have to look for that thing in your product that, oh, what can I engineer for behavior, not just for transaction, not just for them coming to buy from me. What's that thing I can do to also make sure that it becomes a behavioral effect in their life. Also visualize progress, like show people that this is what you've done, this is how your progress is doing. People love to see progress. People love to know that, oh, I am doing this thing and this thing is actually working out. Because I did A and B, I'm seeing the results in C. Number 3, remove friction. Remove anything that will make people go out of your product. Right now, if you need to do like a virtual account, or if you need to do stuff that they don't really necessarily have to go out of your app, if it's an app, out of your app to take an action, you need to remove all those friction. Before, on CarryWise, you have to send. You would have to like send money, like you copy the account number and go and send it. And we saw that people were dropping off at that point, because once you leave the app, you could easily get distracted. One Instagram message will come, or one WhatsApp message will come and you go out. But now we have like virtual accounts, so you link those direct debit. So right from the app, you link your accounts to your CarryWise account, and it's debited instantly, it's debited immediately. So we removed that friction. So look for things that takes people out of your products, and look for how to reduce friction. Number 3, celebrate users. Celebrate people that are using your product. I don't know how you want to celebrate them. It could be giving them, like he said, that he takes his realtors to Lagos Business School. You may not have money for Lagos Business School, but it could be as small as, it could be a merch. It could be like maybe vouchers or something. Celebrate your users and make retention visible. People like to brag. People like to have bragging rights. Nigerians like to have bragging rights, because when you have bragging rights, create FOMO. When people have things they can brag about, it gives your brand visibility. It gives people, it helps your word of mouth. Like, I'm telling her that, oh, right now I have 52 streaks on CarryWise. I've saved for 25 months. And she's asking me, how did you do it? And I'm introducing CarryWise to her. That is unpaid organic acquisition. I don't need to pay for her. I don't have any CAC costs for her. That is. So one thing I would say is, ask yourself, what behavior in your products predict lifetime values, and build around them, because retention is equals to engineered habits. Thank you so much.
Please put your hands together again for Olamide Marquis. Okay, so we have the final panel session for the day. We've come this far. Applaud yourselves. You all have been amazing. Okay, so this panel session is going to be focusing on turning customers into loyal advocates. So MarTech approaches to retention. And for our speakers, please give me a minute. So for our speakers, we have Jesu Joba Ojelabi, who happens to be Chief Marketing Officer at Flash Change, a results-oriented marketing professional. Jesu Joba is passionate about helping organizations articulate their brand purpose and impact to drive measurable results, specializing in marketing strategy, copywriting, content, digital marketing, PR, and public speaking. They have built a versatile portfolio across multiple industries, known for collaboration, creativity, and a relentless focus on results. They also enjoy exploring culture, writing poetry, and sparking conversations over a good whiskey. Please put your hands together for Jesu Joba one more time. We also have Ima Ekpo, who happens to be head of marketing for Shotlaz. Ima is a creative marketing strategist and a leader with experience executing through-the-line campaigns for consumer and corporate brands in Nigeria and the US. She currently focuses on growing technology brands in Africa, leveraging brand marketing and strategic partnerships to drive sustainable growth and audience engagement. Please put your hands together for Ima once more. Okay, once again, I leave you in good hands. I have the moderator for this particular panel session. I have James Praise. So James Praise is a product and growth marketing consultant helping B2B SaaS founders execute GTM messaging, lifestyle, and growth strategies. He is the founder of Marketing in Action newsletter, Academy, and Community, and co-founder of Titaja. I'm sorry, did I get that? Titaja, and has supported 20 plus companies across Africa, North America, and Europe, driving $10 million plus in pipeline, 15 plus launches, and double-digit MRR growth. Please put your hands together for James Praise once again. This is about to be a very interesting panel session. They will be focusing again on customer retention.
All right, very happy to be here today with this amazing marketers like myself. Particularly interested in this session a lot because the conversations we're having are around customer retention, right? So I think I'll just go straight to ask the first question that is something I also like to debate with marketers. So is there like, should there be like priority in terms of, you know, your strategies around acquisition and then retention? Should it be like maybe 50-50 split in terms of your focus, or you should have like a 20-70, 20-80 or 30-70 on each, you know, on any side, right? And at what point do you think retention becomes your major growth strategy in a company? And I'll start from you, Ima.
Sure, thanks for that. I think it really depends on the stage the company is in. If you're in a growth phase where you're trying to 2.5x your revenue or you're trying to raise, then you start having more conversations around acquiring. But I think retention is an always on, always prioritized focus for any company because like, I forget her name, the nice lady from Cowrie Rise said, it's much cheaper to retain your customers. And what you find is you can go, I don't want to say months, but your acquisition, your new users acquired can significantly reduce month on month, but if you're retaining and getting more value from your existing users, you can see revenue still going up. So retention really is probably like the bread and butter for any company that wants to stay, you know, sustainable and profitable.
All right. Firstly, good afternoon, everybody. Nice to be here. Thank you so much for having me. Jumping right at it, I like to use frameworks, structured frameworks, in the context of reality, of course. And I like that Omalade has shared the Pirates framework, R. Yes, just as Ima has said, depending on where you are as a company, it's hard to focus on everything at once, especially because the resources that you have can hardly, especially when you're a startup, can hardly cater to, if you're big enough, you might be able to fund everything significantly. But as a startup, you are tight on budget, you're tight on manpower, you're tight on almost every other resource. So it has to be one thing, or one thing per time, rather. However, the reality of startups, again, is that you can't sacrifice one for the other. And I'll give you an example. I mean, I think about 2 years ago, for us at Flash Change, we tried to prioritize acquisition. By the way, for us product marketers, we like to think it starts at acquisition, but the truth is there's a framework before acquisition, ADA, that starts at awareness. So in your digital campaigns, you have awareness campaigns that end at acquisition, where this one then starts and goes on. So we were trying to focus on acquisition. And what you found, because again, you've tried to skip ADA, your acquisition cost is so up there, it's very high, right? And you find that, oh, because you're so big on acquisition, we want to get to 2,000 active users, you bring in 400 and you lose 200. And at some point, because your acquisition cost is so high, the only way that, because typically if you were bringing in 400 and keeping 400, which is almost never possible, you would have gotten to 2,000 in 5 months. But because you are bringing in 400, losing 200, it means your net is 200, and it will take you 10 months of expensive acquisition cost to get to your 2,000 active users. I don't know if the illustration makes sense. So I don't, these days, forgive me, it may be luxury of I now have higher budget. I don't like to think this or that. I like to think this and that. Of course, based on capital, you have to prioritize one above the other, but you can't shut off one because it will bite you. I don't know if that addresses your question.
I think what I'm getting from both of you is that you kind of have to balance it out, right? And sometimes the balance might shift depending on the stage that you're in and what your priorities are at the time, okay? So I'll go to the next question, which is like, how do you really measure the true impact of customer retention? And then we add advocacy to that, right? How exactly do you measure the impact in practical terms?
I think it would, think about how you measure the impact. I think it would, first of all, it will be clear in the numbers. But I think if I had to think about that, I think cohort analysis would be probably one strategy to use to understand how your retained customers are performing over time. So if you run a number of campaigns, or if you look at your acquired user over a certain period, and you look at how much value, like the last team spoke about lifetime value, look at the value you've gotten from those users over a period of time, you then start to get a sense of, okay, start to get a sense of your retention rate, and how long these customers stay with you as well. And then when you then look at when you do that cohort analysis, you look at the retained users that have stayed for a longer period versus users that have churned, you then start to see the value of keeping those users. And that's when companies start to look at, user insights and demographics, like what was it about these users that retained, and how can we acquire more of those users? And that's how retention can sort of drive acquisition awareness, and even just understanding the right customers for you. So yeah, the impact is in the revenue, but also is in the reduced acquisition cost, and also just like your ability to understand the right customers for your business as well.
Okay, thank you for that background, Ima. Yes, framework-wise, the most clear metric is lifetime value when you want to measure impact. And where lifetime value makes sense is relative to acquisition cost. So it cost us $100 to bring in this user. The only reason why that investment will make any sense is because the same user has the potential to give us a lifetime value of $1,000 or $2,000. Now, if that user drops off too early, their lifetime value drops. That's the math. So somebody that could have brought $1 million to your business on an acquisition cost of $100 would only bring maybe even 50. And that doesn't make any sense investment-wise, right? But just to also, because some of these things, when you bring them into reality, it's sweet to talk on paper and hold the microphone, right? But when you bring them into reality, there's also the place of the subtleties that retention brings. And that's why that framework, the Pirate Framework R, is very popular in product marketing, because if you do it very well, they tend to lead to each other. So acquisition, the person downloads your app. Activation, the person tries to play with it. Revenue, then the person does something that brings you some money as a business. Retention, see where retention comes in. I mean, we've skipped about 3 or 4 things in the conversation, but see where retention comes in. It means that between the acquisition and retention in the framework, there is still a journey, right? Although these days is not as linear. I think somebody mentioned it earlier. But after retention, which is another important metric of the success of retention, is referral. So the R after retention is referral. And the sweet thing about referral, I think there's been conversations around community-led marketing and community marketing. Hey. See that referral, once you hack it, beyond elevating the value, because the value of that customer no longer just becomes the amount they are transacting on your app. Everybody tied to them also adds to their value, to their lifetime value. So I think one very commonly overlooked, and that's related to the second part of your question, that's preaching the app or preaching your product or preaching your service. That referral bit, if you can keep somebody on for long enough, they will start to bring their friends and families and other people. Oh, carry wise trick. Yes, we talk about sharing, but you'll be shocked that people will see that tweet or see that thing that they shared on WhatsApp and also want to start their own. So you've taken that person from retention to referral. I don't know if that addresses.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense in terms of like the value of retaining customers, right? Because even as you mentioned, the priority funnel, there is like retention, referral, revenue, right? So like the 3 hours are kind of related in how they function, which is very good. That'll take me to my next question, which is how do you identify like the early warning signs that like your customers are about to churn, right? So it's two questions in one. How do you identify the early warning signs? And then when you identify these signs, how exactly do you use like technology to ameliorate that, right? So what exactly do you do with tech to maybe save your users from churning?
Why did you start with her? Hard question, yeah. Hard question, and I give him the microphone. All right. So first question, how do you identify the users that are about to churn? See, you think about, everybody here works in marketing or is affiliated to marketing, I'm assuming, right? You will know that the beginning and end of our work is behavior, human behavior. At the individual, yes, behavior, at the communal, culture. And your work is trying to insert your product, service, brand, whatever it is, somewhere in that behavioral pattern. So, and I've heard a lot about, data, prediction, and yes, it does work. If somebody goes through this route every day, you can position somewhere along where, and catch their attention or whatever it is you choose to do with it. But the thing about human behavior is that as predictable as it is, you still don't get, human beings are not just, I mean, where the data has shown that they should be going this way, somebody will just sleep and wake up and go this way. And it takes you back to the drawing board. So these days, so forgive me, I think I already gave a disclaimer earlier, I like frameworks. One thing I like to then do is, yes, take the data as much as possible, but probe the data. So it's not enough to just look at the data and say, it's going this way, then I should stay on this way. Probe, why is it going this way? Why does it keep going this way? One formula that helps me a lot is the 5 whys. If you ask why 5 times, you get to a root cause. So, he's going this way. Why? Because he likes the road. Why? Because that's the road his mother passed. Why? So if you ask it 5 times, it gives you insight. So yes, the quantitative data from your back end. At this point, there's a barrier, people churn, this and that. But when you get that data, you need to somehow balance it out with a qualitative element of, even if it's one conversation, your top customer that you can reach out to, call them. We noticed that when you get here, you stop. Why? Just in a very, just try to get that qualitative bit of the data, right? Yes, tech helps us to do it at scale. So when you find out what it is at the individual, if you're lucky enough, maybe 2 or more people corroborate, you can then scale a solution. Can we take down this page? Can we make this process simpler or friendlier? I think for us, a lot of fintechs, when you start getting to points of KYC, getting to points of because I don't know why it's so hard to share. Well, I think I know why, because I also like my privacy, right? There's some kind of things that, because I want to sell, I want to send 10,000. You want to collect my mother's birth certificate, right? So, but what if we could make that process friendlier? That gamify it, build something fun around it, and all these things are the parts where tech or your platforms can then come in. That once you've identified these barriers to behavior, there's this framework that I really like. It's Fogg's model, BJ Fogg. Behavior equals to MAP, where M is motivation, A is ability, and P is prompt. So there's a graph. When ability is high and motivation is low, your prompt might not do much. When ability is high, motivation is high, your prompt to perform well. So there's just that. So if you look at it, just tells you that, oh, so what you then try to do is get motivation high, and you are sure that this is something that this person can do. The ability to do it is high. Because if you want to sell a house, you can't go to somebody that doesn't have money to eat. The ability is low. So with that insight, you can then try to navigate that ability motivation such that whatever trigger, whatever your prompt is, it's easier for the user to follow. I'll let Ima just...
No, I think he said it all. I'm just going to build off what he said and just talk about what the execution of that could look like. So, for example, I currently work at Shuttlers, and we looked into our data and we observed that around week 6, which is month 2, the second month of having the users, that's where we start to see churn, around like 80% churn, and then it gets, the retention rate drops month on month. So, we decided to develop a system around that. As soon as a user gets to month 6 and they haven't, week 6, sorry, and they haven't booked a trip by week 7, we have some automated communications and just like outbound communications that goes out to them. So whether that's email communications, SMS, but also having individuals from the customer support team reach out, in his case, to ask why are you not taking, why are you not moving this forward, how can we support? And that also gives solid feedback back to the product team. Of course, there's multiple ways to collect feedback from your customer, but if you're able to look at, this works because we're a daily commute service, but I think every business, if you look at how your business operates and how people use your product, you can kind of identify what churn means for you and when churn happens, and that data can really kind of guide you and reduce, getting back those at-risk users is very helpful. Yeah.
All right, thank you both so much for the very good insights. This will bring me to asking a question about what exactly is, the strategy that is most effective to win back inactive users, right? So you mentioned something like, Ima mentioned something like, reaching out to customers, outreach. Do you think maybe other strategies like personalized experiences might count, or maybe just generally improving the product experience, and maybe reaching out to them and saying, oh, this is probably why you churn, this is why you might churn, what can we do better, right? Is there any of those strategies that kind of is more superior to the other one in terms of bringing back customers that look like they're going to churn?
I'll say the best way to manage churn is for it to not happen. Because inside the bucket of users that have churned, every business has to accept that some users are just not coming back. They've been slighted really badly. But there is a percentage that's willing to come back, and I think that or the way I approach it and the way we approach it is multiple strategies, sequencing them on top of each other. So if you have a segment of users that have churned, you can try multiple strategies like discounts, offering them discounts on their next, purchase, customer support reaching out, to understand why they churned and giving them that more personalized and personal touch, or just reminder communication. Sometimes they just forgot. So I personally haven't seen anything that works all the time. If there's anything I have a bias for, it would be that customer support outreach, just that one-on-one interaction. I've also seen a lot of success with discounts, but I think it's also not as sustainable because it doesn't create that emotional connection. So all I'll say to this is, always optimize for the best experience. But if there's a situation where you lose customers, use all the available channels possible to get them back, and also understand why they left so that you can reduce potential of churn in the future.
Yes, what you said. But to also add to that is, I think one thing I've come to learn in business or marketing, in fact business generally, is when you try to solve a problem, it's important that you understand the why of things first. If you go and give somebody who churned because their experience was not great a discount, you're not doing it. In fact, they might be angry with you. Oh, you did not solve the problem. You are telling me I have 10% or 20% off my next order. I need you to solve. And I want you to think about some of the brands that have offended you, right? Banks, all these brands. So And yeah, she said it. In fact, there's this principle that I think is popular, Pareto, 80-20. The reality is that 20% of your users, sometimes less, that will carry you or that will help you stay in your employment so that your employers don't sack you. So what I try to do is be intentional about identifying that 20%. Because once that 20% starts to churn, because some people churn, there's nothing you can do about some users, they will churn. That's why if somebody comes and promises you 100% retention, it's if they, even the kingdom of heaven, kingdom of God, that they promised us that it's paradise. Some people are churning. So what could you possibly promise? Right? So I think it's important to just then be intentional about your 20%. That, oh, this person that through thick and thin, on the days that we had downtime, they stayed and waited. The day they leave, be worried. Something fundamental and it even gets more interesting. There's this study about, I think from Lagos Business School last year, that talks about loyalty in the Nigerian market. I think we're at an all-time low in terms of customers' loyalty. So people are jumping ship. They are switching brands like that for things as simple as experience. In fact, price is, people are just switching because they can, right? I think our average is higher in terms of disloyalty than the global average. So as a business in Nigeria, you already have that risk that, oh, people are more likely to switch brands at any point of this. But so I think that's why it's important to prioritize the 20%. Look out for them. Take feedback quickly. Oh, I don't like the way your app makes me copy this before I can do this. Try to fix it with your product team. Just don't let them know that you see them, they matter to you and things like that. Because when they start to feel slighted or they start to just feel like, oh, these people just want my money, that value exchange has to be felt by both parties, right? Reactivating already inactive users. They say it's cheaper to retain than to acquire. I think it's even more expensive to reactivate. I tell you, not just let it go, but don't over-exert yourself. Because what we tend to do is, this person has gone. You are now trying to bring down heaven. She has said it. Some people will never, because they've probably tasted something else. On the other side, they are the new wife in another app. I don't know what you can possibly, in fact, you would overspend in terms of costs, right? Except, of course, sometimes you have personal relationships, or if it's an HNI market, that one, go, bear go. Because one HNI can deliver your annual target, right? So, but again, just compare costs, but just to reiterate what she said, as much as possible, it's like a crisis in communication. The best way to handle a crisis is to prevent it. Just, before it happens, as much as possible, you can't keep it at zero, but keep it at the most minimal. Sadly, again, from experience, especially when you work in a product-led company, it is hardly ever just on marketing. The developers can touch one thing and say, oh, we're doing one migration. And before you know, you say, which migration are you doing? You have sent everybody away. You will kill us. In fact, I don't know if you know that meme. That's my new favorite video. You will kill us. You will kill. I just posted it on the group. Because they just come and say, we're doing one forced migration. You've locked everybody out of their apps. No, that's not how it works. You have to, in fact, if possible, carry them from the old app to the new app. Do you get? So if you're product-led, it means you need to carry all your stakeholders along. Excuse me, let them know that, oh, these people, we need to keep them. I know you want to make the product faster, make it secure, all that stuff, but there's also the place of user experience.
So, in summary, Nigerians have commitment issues and should not waste our time. I mean, okay. When you were answering, I had two questions in mind. One was like, can we say that loyalty programs are ineffective and useless in this our market? You know, with the precedent that we say, okay, the loyalty is not really there. Is there any point now having like a loyalty program for customers? Number two is, can we say that the quality of the acquisition channel has a big role to play in retention, right? in terms of how you bring customers into your product or your brand or your app or whatever it is. And you also talked about cohort analysis, like looking at this cohort of customers that came from this channel. Does that like tell you these people are more likely to retain or not, right? So those are two questions, right?
Right. Yes, there is, and that's one of the reasons why you pay hundreds of dollars to attribution channels, apps flyer, and the likes of them, yeah, just and the likes, so that we can compare quality in terms of, channel users that came in here and users that came in here, which of the classes are more likely to stay. So yes, that's one thing that you actively have to look at. Of course, your most quality channels you try to prioritize, but so there's, from the disloyalty perspective, I know it sounds like gloom and doom, but the truth about the business is you have to do what you have to do. You can't say because Nigerians are more disloyal, you will not come up with loyalty programs anymore. In fact, I think it is then your job to try to hold on to them, right? It means now more than ever, we need more loyalty programs. I don't know if you get. So the solution to that data about Nigerian market or Nigerian consumers and users being disloyal is not to leave them alone. That's worsening the experience. It is to do more. So if you have, that's why things like Streak, and the beautiful thing about Streak is that it's almost everybody is using, Duolingo uses Streak. Snapchat, I have people that harass me, why did you break our Streak? I was like, sorry, I forgot. Right, so those are tools to help you at least some form of loyalty. Say, even gamification. Chrome, when your internet is not working, they give you a game, so you don't switch tabs. You stay there, right? So things as small and simple as that, it just we want you to stay. Even come and listen to music, come and do something, do whatever it is, just stay here. So it's not to say stop all your loyalty programs. It's now to say get more innovative with your loyalty programs. Give people more reasons to stay, right? I hope that answered at least the first part of the question. I'll let him answer.
I think he's already spoken to, I think Joba has already spoken to just the quality of acquisition channels. I do think though that any user, even the user from your best channel, can churn. I think the quality of the experience, onboarding, activation, all of that is really what would keep a user, because we've definitely seen situations where a user is referred, which is the best channel. Their friend is sitting in the bus next to them, and they're just like, I'm done with you guys. I would rather enter Danfo. Literally, like we've seen that. So it gets really bad. But I think attribution and tracking is, is a no-brainer. So that's always a good idea. I will speak to loyalty programs. I think that loyalty programs, the way I think about them is really value-based, and it's not one size fits all. With Cowrie-Rise, they understood the kind of users they have, young, Gen Z, younger millennials that want to post online and, look cool, for lack of a better word. But you can also understand what value means to your customers. So for your customers, savings could be the value. The loyalty program thinking that I really believe in is bulk, like discounted bulk purchases. So whatever your product is, in our own case in short, that is subscriptions. So if you subscribe for multiple trips over a month, you get savings, you win points, you get stuff. That way it locks the user in. I still think there's an opportunity for a more extended loyalty program, maybe a lifestyle loyalty program, but having a product value-based loyalty program it's a double benefit, because you retain and you also get actual value, actual money from users. So look at your product and think around what can you discount, take it out from the marketing budget, and use that as a way to keep users on your product. I think that could also be very useful.
Thank you very much. I spoke to someone last week and they were talking about cashbacks. They like do fintech, so they were saying that cashbacks are something that is expensive for them, but you just have to do it because everybody else is doing it. If not, they will lose customers to competitors, right? So yeah, I think loyalty programs are still very much important to just make sure you're doing the right things. One other question I would want to ask is, this second to last question, is that a lot of products will collect NPS, surveys, customer surveys and all of that, especially after a major touch point. So if you think about apps like Chowdeck, Jumia, when you get a delivery, they will, how do we perform? How was the rider? How was the experience and things like that? But we don't really see or know how much this customer feedback is acted on to improve, the experience and retention. So what do you guys think is the, better approach or strategy to use all of that data to influence like your insights and decision making to improve the customer experience and retention in your product? I'll start with you, Ima.
So I think there are different, I don't really know the technical terms, but there are different types of surveys that is pushed to a customer. What you're referencing is sort of touch point led feedback, and on the back end, the value that brings is, okay, the onboarding team knows that onboarding is working well. So it's more internal team focused, just them knowing that they're doing the right thing, and customers are happy at each stage of the app. Then there's the more, I think this is usually owned by the customer support or the growth team, which is a more detailed survey where customers, can actually share detailed feedback about their experience. Of course, you can preset some questions, but I personally like to leave a little bit of flexibility, because what you wrote there is not why the customer is unhappy. Yeah. So I think that survey, that's the hero survey, that is usually funneled back into the product or back into the operations team to really understand. So not every company has the resources, technology, time to install multiple surveys. It might not even be important to you, but you should periodically, you should have a survey that goes out. Even better, if it's a post-purchase survey, even better. So that way you get real-time feedback and your team is reviewing that periodically. So in summary, these surveys are very important. They don't all serve the same purpose, but getting that detailed feedback, especially post-purchase or after a certain period, can really help guide the product roadmap. So you're not building for yourself, you're actually building for your users.
Yes, again, what she said. But to add to that is, a lot of times, why it feels like when you take these surveys, or when companies take these surveys, they don't work on them, is, the thing about us users is when you say something, you want it now, right? And of course, if it's a startup, a small shop, if it's something they can fix quickly, I think a lot of times they try to. But when structure starts to come in to the business, as you continue to grow and scale and all that, you find out that there's some things you can't just up and change. So you have to think, there's this mentor of mine that you have to think, how else can I address this concern? Because again, if you probe the why, you'd find out that what they complain about is not necessarily the problem. There's something deeper. So for instance, the KYC example. You can't take out KYC. It's a regulatory requirement for every fintech, if you're operating in finance, banks and all that. So when the customer says, oh, this your KYC is too stressful, you're stressing me, this and that. In their mind, what they expect is take it out, right? But you can't. So you have to then think, how do because the real problem is that it's not that they don't want they just want to feel safe and make it have some fun with it. So you then have to go back and think, oh, can we gamify it? Can we offer some discount, like attach a discount to it? Or if you complete this form, you get 10% off your next, whatever it is. Just go back and think like that. Because the truth is, you can't take it out. And there's a lot of other things like that. In fact, if it's tech-based and you have to deal with developers, you would appreciate it a little more. Because you go back and you see their log and say, we are currently working on, they'll put you. So maybe the next time they even schedule a call to listen to that feedback is in 2 months, especially if you have a lean team. If you have a big team, you're lucky they can work on it in the immediate. But if it's something that requires proper attention, they probably will tell you, we can't prioritize you now, we're working on this or working on that. So to the user, it feels like, oh, I gave them this feedback, they didn't take it. But you, on the other hand, working so hard to keep that user happy. So sometimes, again, it's to fix that, there needs to be we hear you communication. In between, we've taken that feedback and we've implemented. I don't know if you get. So something, or maybe your emails, your calls to them, however you communicate with them, just let them know. Drop some hints that, we have something big coming, or based on your feedback, we are cooking something for you. Just give them, don't just, I think a lot of time that gap in communication is what creates that, they didn't take our feedback, they're not listening to us. So the next time you even send a survey, they most likely will not even feel it. I say the one we shared with you last time, you've not done anything, right? So just to address some of the realities or some of the gaps that usually emerge in that, because the truth is, at the end of the day, everybody is building for a user, for their users. You can't build for yourself, right? So, yeah, keep iterating, but in that process, carry them along. We're working on this, we're fixing this, this is live. When one thing is live, we took your feedback, we put this out, stuff like that.
Thank you so much. I think we'll just close, have any closing remarks on best practices for customer retention, utilizing MarTech technology to basically implement best practices faster. So start with you, Emma. What do you want to say?
Of course, best practices, I think it depends on your product. If you're a B2C product, you want to think around, like Joba said, how to gamify your product. You want to think about how to create a loyalty program that is based on your product value and offers real value for your users, not what you think they want. And also just deliver a good service as best as you can. Do everything you can to deliver a good service. If it's B2B, you want to look into account management, creating customized solutions for some of your businesses, especially if they are high-ticket businesses, and just essentially, portraying yourself as a brand that is, PR and, the necessary trust-building tactics to keep those customers. So I'll just leave it at that.
Okay. Sadly, I can't say what she said this time, sir. But yes. On a closing note for me, I think it's just that brands need to, a lot of times we're tempted to start with the tech. I think we need to start with the person, with the even if you're B2B, it is a human being on the other side. So by listening to them, what do they need? What is their troubles? What's their problem? You can then curate or create the tech to address that. A lot of times, I've built the tech. The tech is, and when people don't adopt it, you're like, no, these people, they don't have sense. You say the tech is for intellectuals. No, right? Because you can't assume that you know what. You have to ask them. You have to build for them, right? So a lot of times, we make the mistake of starting with the tech. But I think it has to start with the person, with the human. What's the pain point? Speak with them. The whole point of demographic and psychographic behavioral research is to, if I gave you tissue paper, would you use it? So always start with the human. The tech can follow.
All right, that will be like our close. Can we still take questions, or we're out of time?
So we're actually pressed for time and will not be taking any questions. But I think they can connect with you and then probably enter into your DM, or even after this beautiful event, they can just meet with any of you and ask their questions. Please meet with them. Okay, so thank you so much, our very beautiful speakers. Please put your hands together for them. Please, we're going to take a picture. Thank you so much. Please put your hands together for them once again. Thank you. Okay, the next thing on the agenda is the award session. So we have some very amazing marketing professionals who've been putting in the work. and it's only sensible for us to acknowledge their work by awarding them. And a big shout out to MarTech Africa 3.0 in collaboration with Your Notify, who have thought about this and decided to award this professional so that they see that their work doesn't go unnoticed. Okay, so for the category for top content marketing specialist, are we here, please? Okay. So the category for top content marketing specialist, we have Oyinlola Lawal, who happens to be Digital Communications Officer at Owando. We have John Deco, Senior Content Marketer at Capital Sage Holdings. We have Tolulope Oga, who happens to be Marketing and Communications Analyst at Core Technologies, and Ngozi Awa, who is Content Specialist and Writer at Coronation Group. And the winner for this particular category happens to be Oyinlola Lawal. Please put your hands together for Oyinlola Lawal. And to present that award to her, we have Raymond. Please, Raymond, can you join us on stage so that you can present the award? Can I have MEC, please? Can I have MEC, please? Please put your hands together for Oyinlola. It's not easy to win an award. Apologies for the delay. We're just trying to sort it out.
Hello? Oh, okay, thanks. So, hi everyone. On behalf of MarTech Africa, sponsored by Your Notify, we are giving Oyinlola Lawal. She won the award for Top Content Marketing Specialist. Congratulations,
Okay, so for the next category, digital marketing leaders, we have Innocent Sunday, we have, as the nominees, we have Innocent Sunday, we have Damilola Oluwafermi, we have Omoshe Alibioshu, and the winner of this particular session is Damilola Oluwafermi. Please put your hands together for Damilola as she makes her way to the stage.
So I think I've noticed something with the winners. They are really dressed Africanish in a way, like. So I mean, I have to give you guys commendations for that. So again, on behalf of MarTech Africa, Damilola Oluwafermi, she's the winner in the category of Digital Manager Awards. I think you're in the group. Congratulations.
So I'll have Mr. Judah Adeusi please join us on stage to present the next award for the next category. This category is for the email marketing expert, and the nominees are Josephine Ogara, Michael Chikezie, Raphael Ifeanyi Mbeme, and the winner for this particular session is Raphael Ifeanyi Mbeme. Please put your hands together for Raphael. Okay, so he's not around, so we'll just ship his award to him. Okay, the next category is for the growth marketing expert, and the nominees are David Oladapo, Dami Okumoya, Ijoma Egonu, and the winner for this particular session is David Oladapo. Please put your hands together for David Oladapo. Okay. I see our winners are not here today. We will do well to send their awards across. And then we have the next category, the next and the final category actually, for top data analysts. And the nominees are Oluwafemi Erinle, Sophia Uwozia, Temitayo Anifowoshe, Esther Anago, and the winner is Esther Anago. Please put your hands together for Esther Anago. Please keep clapping. It's not easy to win award now. Please.
So on behalf of MarTech Africa 3.0, powered by Yonotify, we present this award to Esther Anago for top data analyst.
Thank you so much, Judah. It was nice having you. Okay, we've come to the end of this event. We will have Mr. Martins come give the closing remarks, but just before then, I believe that everybody had their stomachs filled today, and this was courtesy of Eat Yum. So please do well to place your orders online. I'm sure they also gave us a discount code, so do well to make use of that discount code and order your food from them. Okay, so it's Eat Yum. Can we have Martins here on stage? Okay, thank you so much. Please give the closing remarks and then let us know what your Notify is about. Thank you.
All right, thank you everyone for your time for this section. And so far so good. Your Notify has been the lead sponsor for MarTech, and it actually gave birth to MarTech. So it's building a community where we have marketing experts that are actually doing the digital growth, the project of ensuring businesses are growing significantly in the marketing space. So Your Notify has, like you can see some of our drop-down banners, we are into 3 key categories, which are acquiring customers, engaging with them, and also retaining them. So it's a full closed platform, ensuring that you acquire your customers, not acquiring customers like the regular ads, but potentially acquiring customers that you need. So you are paying for the customers that are actually being converted. And secondly, you are also going to be engaging with these customers in the line of them coming in and also retaining them in the process. So this is all about what Your Notify does, as we've actually heard from the panelists about the acquisition, the engagement, and the retention. I believe a lot of you have some of our flyers, and if you have any further questions how to be part of this marketing tool to use, we're also having further trainings on how businesses can also do this. So we'll be communicating that in the future months to come. So those businesses that are also interested will also be reached out to on the trainings that we are put together to ensure businesses actually grow and be profitable. Thank you. With that, we call today the end of the program, and I wish every one of you good luck and God bless you.
Hello, please, if you got an award, if you won an award, please can you come outside so we take a group picture? Everyone that had an award, please. Thank you.